Hello, good morning, welcome along. You are here for the British National Cyclo-cross Championships in the stunning Calendar Park here in Falkirk. And a full day of racing ahead of us. Thanks to your company, Martin McDonald and Helen Wyman, with you to take you through these national championships as Scotland plays host to the Nationals for the first time. We will kick things off with the Junior Open. It's about 9:25 start. Then we will take in the junior female category. We have the U23 elite and female category together about 11:25 UK time. And then the U23 elite open race at about 1:15, where local and crowd favourite Cameron Mason will look to defend his title. Helen, it's one of those moments. You've been a it's some days mind-boggling how many times you won this national title, but excitement. It's always been a crowd favourite and rider favourite, this Falkirk course.
Yeah, the National Championships is such an important event to any rider across any nation. You get to wear those stripes the whole year, and every time you're pinning your number on, you're looking at that shiny jersey that you take home on today. And it's amazing for it to be the first time in Scotland. I've raced in Scotland myself, and the crowds are brilliant, the fans are amazing. It's such a friendly atmosphere, and I'm sure you'll see people dressed up, and I'm pretty sure there'll be an inflatable dinosaur somewhere. And it's just a brilliant event. And for it to be in Scotland, yeah, it's just so cool for the local fans to be able to see that.
The Junior Open category, these are the riders that will be taking to the start, and some riders to watch: Sebastian Grindley, Lewis Tinsley, Seth Jackson, all those riders that were up there in the National Trophy Series. The end of the National Trophy Series, it was Oscar Amy that took that ahead of Lewis Tinsley. Alfie Amy up there in third, Joel Hurt, Nathaniel Henderson, Luke Gibson, Declan Oldham, Jamie Stewart, Mark Larkin, and Freddie Dixon was the top 10 in that National Trophy Series. And the National Trophy, Helen, especially with the Junior Open category, is quite a good sort of guide as to where these juniors could be in this championship today. But as is peaking on that one day, there's always the chance in this race that someone could just spring up and pull a surprise, and they've got everything right on the day, which is what always makes this category so exciting.
Yeah, the juniors are always a surprise. There's always a rider that should be there that never quite is able to put that performance together, or has really bad luck. Or, we saw last year with Kat Ferguson in the junior female category, and she was a clear winner. I mean, she's won World Cups this year as a junior, and yet she had an incident, and it was a brilliant event last year. Seb Grindley is the defending champion, so we would assume that he would be firing on all cylinders today, and he's second year, so this would be his last opportunity to take that. It's not very often that the juniors actually, particularly the junior open category, that they can take back-to-back junior victories in those 2 years that they're junior. I think the last time we saw that was Ben Tullett, and we know what he's gone on to do. So it's going to be a really good race, and it's going to be close racing for sure. And there's always that surprise, like you say. There's always some rider that you haven't really seen all year just shows up and gets on the podium.
Yeah. We're down on the start. So if we look back through the history of this race, in Derby in 2014, Thomas Craig, Abergavenny taking that behind him, Shrewsbury. 2016, Mark Donovan. 2017 in Bradford, Tom Pidcock taking that. Sean Flynn in 2018 when we were in Houghton Spring. On to Cyclo Park, Ben Tulett took that title there. And we are off and racing. Little foot pulls at the start, unfortunately, but racing is on here in Falkirk in Scotland, and you can see the course already. It is a testing course in Calendar Park, the 14th century house that is playing host to these championships. Demanding course, true test of cyclo-cross prowess. It's a lot of muddy technical sections, and then the steep challenge of the wall, fast descents. So really good start here. The junior open category kicking things off this morning. So Sebastian Grindley leading out true to form.
And what a tough start to the day with that hill just after the start line. I mean, for some riders, it's a great thing because it gives them an opportunity to move to the front early and take on the race. But for other riders, if you have an incident, the effort that you're going to have to put out, you know, when you slip a pedal or something to get to the top of that hill, it could be a bit of a break for the rest of the race.
Indeed, the field just getting stretched out here on lap 1.
The junior open race is always a really big field, and you can see the quality of the riders. That even though these riders are at the front of races in Europe, there's still big groups even after a quarter of a lap.
So as the race settles, we'll get an idea on who is where. Into these real steep banks that really pepper this course. So really stretching this field out on this opening lap. We're just a couple of minutes in to the first lap here. So still very much together at the moment, this junior open field.
They've made a beautiful course here at this venue with lots of twists and turns and ups and downs. They've really taken what they have and made this really tough course. Everyone said that there's not much recovery. The places where you want to recover, you're not really able to because of the lines and ruts and things. So it's going to be the strongest rider that takes the event today, and it'll be particularly tactical.
Come on, Jamie.
So just dropping in through this section of the course. And then the most important thing with this Scotland course as well is really, you know, Cameron Mason has really sort of helped lead the sort of Scottish revolution at international level. And that's what's important for Scottish cyclocross.
It really is. Cam's done a fantastic job in showcasing that. You know, I know he's done a bit of an incident there for a couple of riders. I know that he's done a lot to promote cyclocross in Scotland as well, and he's helped with the event with the promotional side of things, and is really, really good to see. And yeah, I mean, Scottish cycling's always been a favourite of mine, so it should be seen.
And the course that they've put together here is the banks that they've got. It's got a real Belgian flavour to it with all of the off cambers that we've got as well.
There's a lot of twists and turns. There's a lot of ups and downs, little steep banks. There's a wall before the finish, which will be an important feature. And yeah, I think it is a really, really well-designed course from what we've seen so far, what we've seen on course preview. I think it will make for some really great champions.
And always very worthy winners in this category. And if we look back at the previous winners, you know, as you said, Ben Schuler mentioned Tom Pidcock as well, that have won this category in the past. And I think the way that cyclocross has sort of grown in stature in terms of where it's helped launch riders like Tom Pidcock too, is, you know, it gives these young riders really something to aspire to. Let's have a look back at the start, and unfortunately foot pulled at the start, and that's all, you know, it's always such a shame, isn't it, when you see a rider that does pull the foot on the start line, but it does happen.
It does, and you have crash there over the barriers. It looks like there's a lot of speed coming into those barriers, and so if you take it just a bit too quick, or just your timings are slightly off, yeah, something like that can happen. And yeah, you've had some brilliant champions in the past through the junior events. I mean, if you look back in history, we've had incredible road riders that you look at the junior category of the national championships at cyclocross and you'll see the likes of Adam Blythe, Stannard, I think even Geraint Thomas, the Swift was definitely one of these road riders that are brilliant, have raced at junior level in cyclocross, and it's a great way to learn skills, to develop your how to peak for an event, how to approach an important event, things like that, things that are really easy to learn when you're a junior that you can take into elite racing.
It's Alfie Amy that's leading out on this opening lap. So getting a long look across the course here. So a good start from Alfie Amy, just really setting his stall out early on in this one today. Just a small gap. So the GKR racing rider leading out. So it's Alfie Amy from Oscar Amy. So both of them getting a great start here.
Yeah, with Sebastian Grinley into third spot in the Trinity Racing kit, in the black and white kit. And these are the three riders that we had at the beginning. These are the three that have been at the front of the races in the National Trophy, and we would expect them to be there. So at the minute, everything's going to plan, but these two brothers are really taking it on and taking it to Seb Grinley. This is that wall we talked about. Apparently one rider was once able to ride up it, but at the minute it looks like there's really deep footholds and it's really, really steep, so it's kind of a Zolder style path before the finish. But this is going to be a really important part because the finish line isn't that far away, and so coming into it first could be the difference between winning or losing the race.
Next group of riders onto the wall. So just going through there. Luke Gibson just going through and ride, as you can see, just trying to ride as far into this one as they can. Rowan Baxter just going through. You can see the low sun early in the morning here as we go through the start-finish line. And it's Oscar and Alfie Amy with Seb Grinley up there in that black and white Trinity Racing kit. So these three just have that gap over Jamie Stewart. It was going through, wearing number 6. So the end of that lap, Grindley now comes through to the front as they hit that bank. Just got to try and get as much momentum into that. But you can see Amy just fights his way back through to the front. Oscar Amy on the front. Steph Grindley just kind of giving way. Just a little testing move there, Helen, by Grindley to try and move up.
Yeah, he was definitely showing that he is still there, showing the brothers that he's part of this race. I mean, sitting in second wheel is actually the best thing that you can do because you can see what's happening in front. You're not too far behind to react to it, and it's a really good place to race from, particularly when it's not too muddy and you can follow a wheel in these conditions. Equally, Oscar and Alfie at the front of the race are determined to come back to the front and control it from there. So they're obviously feeling really confident about their form in this event.
And deservedly so. Lap 2. Grindley just comes up on the outside. Sebastian Grindley now taking to the front. Grindley, 17 years old, and Amy straight away just comes back through. Oscar and Alfie Amy, they're really fighting for this one, not letting Sebastian Grindley get any way or any opportunity to get through to the front here.
No, and they're jumping the barriers really nicely. It's a lot faster, and you saw when Grindley jumped on there that he had a bit of bobble. There was something maybe slightly icy on the corner. You know, it's really, really cold in Scotland at the minute, and sometimes the sections which are in the shade get a little bit more slippery than other sections that do see sun in the day and start to warm up a bit. But yeah, I mean, that's an important part for the race, because if the front two boys are able to ride that, and Sebastian Grindley isn't able to ride it at all, then that's where you can take an advantage. We've seen that in elite races in Europe, that is a way to take an advantage.
Just taking an opportunity there just to glance across, see where the chasers are. So Oscar, Amy, and Alfie Amy leading out. So Oscar, Amy, 16. And like many riders, took an opportunity over that Christmas period to have a couple of outings over in Belgium just to try and hone that form ready. And you can see here, Helen, everyone just fighting for traction early on. It will be just getting caught on the inside there, unfortunately. Isaac Oliver. This is going to be interesting to see how that section evolves as the day goes on.
Yeah, we just saw a replay there of one of the riders just kind of riding into the tape. Some of these sections, you really want them, you want to take the fastest line. You can see how tough it is going up that wall before the finish line at the minute. So we're just seeing the... Yeah, you want to take you can either take all of the speed and go up the inside, or you can take an outside line and cut across at the top like this rider is here, and that's probably the easiest line. It's very slightly off camber, but that's the safest line. But if you're not able to get over the top first, it fires you into the tape on the netting on the far side of the course, and that's where we're seeing people hit the netting and have to stop.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, you're just tuning in, welcome to the British National Cyclo-cross Championships here in Falkirk, Calendar Park. And the Junior Open category is underway, and you can see just how testing this course is. The steep banks on this course, nicely ridden there. But our leading group going true to form, you would say, at the moment. Oscar and Alfie Amy, Seb Grindley up there. And riders can see just how testing this section of the course is and will become and develop as the day goes on.
And the more these riders are doing that...
Sorry.
Yeah, the more these riders are doing that, the more these riders are sliding across the hill, the worse those conditions in that section are going to get. And so the next riders in the next races, it's going to get much trickier to ride. You're going to have to do a much more direct line and then cut higher up the hill, which means you need more speed and more power. And so as people are making mistakes on that climb, it actually makes it tougher and tougher for the leading riders coming around the next lap.
Just try to get off that off section. Nicely done. So our riders throughout the group, and this is as well the beauty of the national championships is just trying to. This is as well. These are, you can see riders. They're just trying to find their footing. This is where you need your studs as well in the front of those shoes.
Yeah, that was Henry O'Brien there riding for the Hoop cycling team, but they're actually the balls just down the road, so they're not far away, and they are supporting the national championships, which is great to see.
It is. You need always need the sponsors. Matthew McCleary of Dunfermline. Back to our leaders, into the wall. Seb Grindley, look at him, just look at the riders there, just trying to find their footing. Grindley trying to make a move, and nice remount at the top. Is this the point here for Grindley? Amy just trying to get on terms. These three riders were tipped as the riders to watch in this category. And that wall just before they just navigate this next section and then back into the home straight. So Sebastian Grindley leading through.
It looks like he's making a little bit of a difference at this point, coming into the end of the second lap. If he's able to drop one of the Amé brothers, that would be quite helpful to him. And it looks like he's going away with Oscar Amé at the minute.
So on to lap 3. Oscar Amy and Sebastian Grindley. Alfie Amé, the rider, just getting distance very, very slightly off the back of our leading duo, but rides that section really nicely. And we'll just try and get back in here. Grindley's been battling for this front position over the course of the first couple of laps. The Amay brothers not letting him through. But you can see here just carrying strong speed here for Sebastian Grindley. Oscar Amay, winner of the National Trophy Series. Took one win in that Derby. Sebastian Grindley taking a couple of victories there. And Alfie and Oscar Amay still together. It'll be interesting to see if there's, they might be brothers, but I'm sure both of them it'll be interesting to see if they pull any team tactics here on Sebastian Grindley.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? They're teammates and brothers, so it's not like they're fighting against each other for sponsorship. Yeah, I would, but then maybe older brother Alfie would let the younger brother have it because then he gets to wear it, whereas the older one, these other two riders are both 17, so next year they're under 23, so if they won, they wouldn't be able to wear the jersey. So, yeah, equally, you still want, I've been a national champion on your CV, so I think it's probably, they're probably going to try and get rid of Seb Grindley and then see who's the best on the day and leave it up to that.
But also, in terms of a junior national title, and as you said, these riders have been over, they've had some outings over in Belgium, and that national title, even at junior level, helps with your race starts, doesn't it? If you are wanting to go over and race in Belgium, or if you might take a trip over to French Cup as well, that is the prestige that this jersey carries is huge and not to be underestimated. Seb Grindley there, unfortunately, just losing a few meters on that section that has proved tricky.
Yes, it does mean something for sure, and it's great when you're in a junior race and you're able to wear that jersey, and the points are really important for your gridding at the World Championships. So yeah, it is important. I think it's kind of, you've always known you've done it. That's the important part. When you win a national title, you know you've won a national title, you've been the national champion, and that's the thing that stays with you. Even if nobody remembers, you know that you've been a national champion, and it means a lot to these races. These are the sections that might start to get a tiny bit slippier as the sun, you can see the sun on these corners, and that's at the bottom of the descent, and as it warms up, the top surface gets a tiny little bit slick, but it's been cold for a while in Scotland, and so the ground underneath is quite hard, and that's when you get these really slidey sections. So you can see that lovely line that these riders are taking, and that trying to stay to the left of our screen as they go as long as they possibly can, and then as soon as they lose momentum, cutting to the right of our screen and then just riding over the top of that climb.
Yeah, just all mirroring each other. And riders as well. This is the point for the junior riders as well. You've got to think of selection for World Championships as well, coming up soon in Tabor.
Yes, absolutely. I think for these three riders, they're probably all going to be in the selection anyway. The results that they've had internationally and nationally, Oscar's had a 7th in a World Cup, and Alfie's won UCI races, 7th in Koppenberg. Seb Grindley's had a 10th and a 7th in 2 World Cups. So I think these are the best junior riders of the UK, and usually the Great British team field a full junior team because historically we've been really successful at it. I know one year Luxembourg we got 1, 2 and 3 with Dan Tullett, Tom Pidcock and Ben Turner. So we have a really strong history in the sport for junior men's racing, junior open racing, and so I think these three are all going to be going to Worlds. So now it's really just fighting for that win, basically, at this point. It's the riders behind that are looking for a top 5 result in order to try and prove that they're worthy of being on the Great Britain team for the World Championships.
If you're just joining us, lap 3 of the junior open race, Alfie Amay leading out from brother Oscar and Seb Grindley. riding third wheel. It really has been the story of these three, and it's always good, isn't it, Helen, to be in a group of three, because you know that if it stays like this, you're guaranteed a medal of some colour.
Yeah, that is very true, Marty. The only thing is, nobody really remembers second and third. You remember because you got that result and you have that medal in your wherever you keep it forever. But the winner's the only one that people remember. So, they just made Seb Grinley make a mistake there. Which more effort he's going to have to make to come back to that run up. But he's back on immediately and trying to come up the inside of them.
Look at that, you can see Seb Grinley's feet there just sliding on that run up as he just tries to find his footing. Amay stretching this out, the wall so close to this start finish. Will the two brothers now put the hammer down and try and
as we just saw
Grinley?
As we just saw there, the mistake made by Grinley on the slight uphill before it, maybe they've seen that, and so they're going to have to start thinking, well, Grinley's going to have to think, I need to go into that first, because if I make a mistake, I make the others make a mistake. But the other two can think, well, if we get in first, that's the point where we can make the attack. Because in cross, it's quite often not necessarily when you cross getting in a sprint to the line, is actually the section before the line that's really important. So they could make a gap on that slight uphill before you drop down into the wall. And if you have that advantage going over the top, you can jump on quick, and then you can carry that advantage down to the finish, because they can only really all ride the same speed on that downhill. But Grinley has obviously decided that he wants to take on this race, because he keeps coming to the front at every opportunity. And again, another mistake, he's had to jump off.
Yeah, he just came to the front, carried speed and momentum through there, but he was really swiftly back on there, though. At the top of that section, he came to the front to try and carry as much speed and momentum into that steep bank. And that little hop off at the top, it's not been playing ball for him a couple of times so far in this race.
No, you have to wonder if he's using slightly different tyre choice or something, because he's really struggling over the very top of the banks, and he has so much power that that's not a problem. So I think we're going to watch what happened there.
I think we just saw the lap board, caught a glimpse of the lap board on the side with 3 to go. From the look of it, look at the speed though that Amay is carrying over those over the planks. Beautifully done. Just getting a few replays out on the course of the riders. Particular section, nice line there, just using the course spike for a little hand sling.
Yeah, both these brothers are really good at that section over the barriers. They're super fast and super smooth, and they're having to make Grinley work extra hard in order to come back to them.
Go on, Oscar. Go on, Seb, mate.
So Oscar, if you want to pick out the two riders, Oscar Amay is on the sort of red track bike in second wheel. And Seb Grinley, now next riders just going through.
You can see it's starting to get a little bit trickier everywhere, really, because even the two boys at the front are making it look slightly harder. I mean, this section we've seen riders make mistakes on. You have to cut across the line as they're doing, but you can also see a slight bit of mud coming onto the tyres there. So it's obviously starting to warm up a tiny bit, just enough to make the top surface greasy and start to stick to the tyres.
And also the way that the line that Alfie Amay led out there, just having to now just cut left across that bank to keep the traction and keep the momentum.
Yeah, that's a line that you would have found out in pre-ride. It's something that you'd practiced in pre-ride, but it's also something that is quite tricky to do because of the angle that you're coming across, and then you have to immediately turn to cut back on yourself up the hill. Requires a bit of power as well as skill, and also quite a tight turning circle. So the smaller riders would have the advantage of being able to have a lower centre of gravity and slightly better turning. That's dangerous. This tape in cyclocross that we use in the UK a lot is, if it gets near your rear mech, is the gear system on your bike, it can catch on it and it can absolutely destroy it. It can get caught in your wheel. Riders have really had major issues because of some of this tape, and you can see one of those sections that we were just talking about where someone's obviously not been able to make that tight turn at the top of that little bank and taken the tape with them.
Just having a little look down through the field here. So we have 3 laps to go. They'll see 2 laps to go when they come round this time. It has really, though, been the story of these 3. Oscar and Alfie May and Seb Grindley at the head of the race. So the GKR Racing riders. Sebastian Grindley from Trinity Racing in that black and white kit. Trinity Racing, they really have been the Trinity team. They're starting to become that hotbed of rider development, aren't they? When you look at the likes of Tom Pidcock and Cameron Mason and other riders that have come through that program, it's becoming the team that you want to ride for. Grindley, though, looks like he's now making a move, just carrying that speed over the top of Sebastian Grindley. Comes through to the front. And he had to hop off there, and that has just been his nemesis, that section today.
Yeah, and the 2 riders at the front are always making that move. They're always... we saw Alfie there take over at the front, and he went over the top of the riders and out of the saddle and accelerated again. So they're constantly putting that pressure down, making it harder for Grindley to come back. Because if he's off and on the bike, he's off the bike and then back on the bike, he's then got to create bigger acceleration in order to come back to them. And he's coming back every time, which shows he's really, really strong. It's just that these other 2 riders are able to ride the top, and then they're able to accelerate from a higher speed, and so that makes it much tougher for Grindley.
So we'll get 2 laps to go when we come round this time. And how do you play this in this situation now, given this group of 3? In terms, because the start finish straight is very, very, it's not the longest in terms of it coming down to a sprint.
No, you need to be into the section before the wall, which I think is this. Yeah, so that section there, coming into the top of that bank, is really, really important to lead in. I mean, we see Grindley there take a line right up the outside, which was a faster line. Oh no. Yeah, it was a faster line, but Alfie was struggling there in the middle, and you need to be out of that first. It's really, really tough for any rider to come past you in these last couple of 100 meters before the finish line. So even if they have an incredible sprint, they're not going to be able to go over you in order to sprint. So for me, I think the most important section is coming into the run-up and having a good run-up. It's what, probably only 100 meters on the tarmac before the finish line.
Grindley attacks, defending champion, won this in Westmoreland last year. Attacks through that start-finish line, looking to use this road section, using that power to try and get clear. Alfie May has been distanced. Grindley, and there's certain sections of this course that you kind of in the back of your mind as well, he will know that May has ridden faster than him and cleaner than him throughout this race so far.
He will. He absolutely will. He knows where, but he is, like you say, he's super fast on and off the bike. He didn't have a problem there on that lap, whereas he did the previous lap. He's obviously taking a lot of confidence into this because he suddenly got rid of 1 rider. And when you change it from a 3 dynamic to a 2 dynamic, it's much easier to win a bike race when there's only 1 rider that you have to watch.
Indeed, the wall, as it's known here in Falkirk, has just taken Alfie May off the back of the group. This comes down to the sprint. This could come down now to a battle between the defending champion.
This is definitely a wearing course. You can see that it's starting to tire the riders, and you can see also this section of tape has been caught again for about the third time so far. They're redoing that section of tape. That was the replay that we saw of them hitting the post rather than the tape, and this is a replay we're seeing of Alfie struggling to get up that wall, which meant that he's just lost contention for the win at this point.
Can he get back and over the planks? And Oscar Amay has been bunny hopping them, not just bunny hopping them cleanly, but bunny hopping them with a huge amount of speed throughout this race.
Yeah, the guys in this race have so much skill. You know, they've been watching, they've grown up with the Pidcocks of the world and the Matthew van der Poels of the world, and they've been trying to emulate those riders. And so they've been out practicing how to jump over the barriers. They've been practicing all the time. And again, just a little bobble by Grindley at the top of that last bank.
So just looking across the course, if you are just joining us today, welcome. It is the British National Cyclo-cross Championships here in Calendar Park in Falkirk. An incredible venue to host the National Cyclo-cross Championships, the first time that they've been held here in Scotland. And the Junior Open category is our first race to kick off proceedings today, and it is going true to form, you would say. The big three that were tipped going into this one, Oscar and Alfie Amay and Seb Grindley, leading out really from the start of this race. And then just that slight mistake by Alfie Amay in the wall as we headed in towards the start-finish area has now given the lead to brother Oscar and defending champion Seb Grindley, and they will come round at the end of this lap and get the bell. And it is going to come down to, Helen, I think, the minutest of details over the course of this final lap and a half.
It is. It's going to be who makes the least mistakes in that last half a lap, really. I mean, Grindley can see that Oscar is slightly better technically than him on these technical sections. So he's doing what he's doing now. He has to power through the straights. He has to make it really hard for him to come back, and he has to make it so that when those technical sections arrive, Oscar Amay's coming back to him, which means that it doesn't matter if he has to jump off or something like that, because then he's going to make him do that whole effort again on the next straight, and just use his power. Every section that he can, use those straight power.
You saw Ennis McDonald, Lewis Tinsley going through. And we also caught Milo McIntosh going up the wall, and Isaac Oliver. Back to our leading duo, Grindley out of the saddle on any section where he can feel that he might be able to put Oscar Amay into difficulty. And you can see Oscar Amay here just stretching out his back. Is it a power kind of quite heavy on the back today, this course?
I think it would be very bumpy in certain sections, and that always is tough on the whole of the body and the back for sure. There's also, I mean, you are like on off a few times. That can also twist a little bit. The jumping over the barriers, things like that. And you can see there that because he was able to get over the bank, it wasn't quite as smooth as last time. I think that's because Grindley led into it, and so Amay didn't have the same speed that he's had on previous laps. But Grindley is really putting it down now. He really wants to try and dispatch this rider off his wheel.
It's also a good example there of Sebastian Grindley running the top of that section, as opposed to Oscar Amay who's riding it, and he's not losing anything at all. His disc mounts and remounts are so quick, Sebastian Grindley.
They are lightning quick, super smooth and lightning quick, yeah. And he's back in his pedals really, really quick, and out of the saddle really quick. So he's constantly bringing himself back to speed as soon as humanly possible, and that means it's making it tough for this rider sat in second wheel. But if you're able to ride those sections, then do you get a tiniest bit of recovery? I mean, it's really tough. Seb Grindley's second year junior, so he's 17 years old, and Oscar Amay is first year junior, so he's 16 years old, and a year can make a really big difference in junior racing.
Into the wall for the penultimate time. Sebastian Grindley shoulders the bike, takes the left-hand line. Oscar Amay goes right, so the difference swiftly back on the bikes at the top. They're going to get the welcome sound of the bell when they come round to the finish line this time. Sebastian Grindley carrying that speed, and May running back up to the Trinity Racing rider. He's thrown everything, started to throw all those little punches on this penultimate lap, Sebastian Grindley, but he hasn't managed to shake off Oscar May. And he's riding really, for me, really cleverly here, just letting Grindley just do it, use up as much little bursts of power as he can. We come into the finish line for the penultimate time. He's stretching out his back again, May, and Grindley's just managed to maneuver him through to the front.
Yeah, Grindley's actually doing some really smart riding here. And on that lap, we saw him on the run-up. He was, because this faster remount that you're talking about, he was able to actually gap May. So potentially for Grindley, he just has to get into that bank first, because if he's able to get on and accelerate and he gets maybe a second, then that's enough to get to the finish line to win. But obviously you want that last lap to have kind of a glory lap, so you want to try and get rid of everybody, so it's just you and you're taking all that glory.
And again, into that kind of double bank there. He's every lap he's launched one over the top just to try, gone light, 2 different lines into that section for the riders, and gets that front position. What for Oscar May, it's just sees he's constantly just stretching out his back here, comes through to the front, decides he wants that front position. The planks is an area of this course where he's had the speed and momentum, but these riders constantly just over the top of each other.
And neither of them are able to drop the other at this point. One's slightly better technically, one's stronger, one remounts quicker. Neither of them are able to make a big enough gap to say that, I'm leading this race, I'm going to win this race.
There's just a couple of replays, which is certain sections of the course here where you can see the difference between the 2 riders. That remount that you just saw previous to the wall shot there of how quick Grindley has been on the remounts. But back to our leaders, Oscar and May, who has carried such speed through the planks. Can he hold it over the top of this next tricky section? There was an opportunity there, Helen, potentially for Oscar and May to really capitalise on that, but yet again Seth Grindley rides almost back onto him here.
Yeah, Grindley has the power, I think slightly more power, whereas May has that technique. And interestingly, we just saw Alfie coming back into the picture. He's not that far behind, so these guys at the front are watching each other. They're not trying to push the race full gas.
And as we've got to be aware of here, just as Grindley has to dismount swiftly back on, Oscar May has got to strike home this advantage now, drops down. He'll try and cut left across the bank, and he does. He rides that beautifully, and May takes a little cheeky glance back over the shoulder, and he is starting to distance Sebastian Grindley, who's going to have to work to come back here to the leader.
And he does know that these are the technical sections that he's better at, and so if he's able to consistently take half a second on all these little technical sections, that's going to make it really tough for Grindley to come back, and it looks like a sizable gap at this point.
This is Oscar May's race winning bid for glory, you would say. As we said, it would be difficult to bring this one in down to a sprint finish. The last sections of this course, the wall in particular, Sebastian Grindley has been super strong at. Can May get himself enough of an advantage here to carry that into the wall for the final time?
It has to be said that all of these riders are incredibly technically gifted. It's just that we're seeing one has slightly more of an advantage in one area than another. And that's a really good gap.
The green bike there. Look like of Alfie May in that bronze medal position. Just try and pick out our leaders here on the course. There is May, there's Grindley just coming into your picture, so it's a sizable gap here. He's really got to just strike this one home now. If you're just joining us, it's the final lap of the Junior Open race, and Oscar May leading from defending champion Seb Grindley's got to come back. Little birds of power out of these turns for Oscar Amay.
And these are Grindley's fast sections. These are the sections where we've seen him put lots of power down, and he's able to drive the race at that point. But Oscar is determined, and you know, he can see the finish line, and he can see that he's leading, and there's a huge motivation that you get from leading the national championships on the final race, on the final lap.
Gets over the top of that section. Can Sebastian Grindley ride it cleanly? Looking there at a leader, Oscar Amay. Didn't get to see if Grindley managed to nail that section. Another glance back over the shoulder. Constant just bursts of speed here, and this advantage is growing over Sebastian Grindley, who's not yet into shot here. There he is.
Yes, you got to just focus on forwards. Obviously, it's tougher at national championships when there's not massive crowds cheering, so you're not entirely sure where the other rider is, but you've got to focus on putting down everything at this point. You're so close to the finish line and so close to winning your first national championships.
And the pressure is it's just building and building, isn't it? You're just willing yourself almost not to have any mistakes at all, but he's been so technically, it's been beautiful to watch so far this race. The level of mistakes has been minute so far today.
And he's coming into that final section of the wall, and all he has to do is make it smoothly to the finish. And yeah, pick your good line on the wall, and don't take any risks. Just
stumble there. Oscar Amay, another one at the top. You can almost feel the panic there, just looking back. You're just trying to find those footholds, but he's got enough of an advantage going into that section. As you can see, that long shot there, just carrying that speed and momentum off the wall into this last little section of the course. And he had built, as you would want to, enough of an advantage into that section, and it is going to be a first national title for 16-year-old Oscar Amay, coming through, the GKR racing rider up to the line. You would say an almost faultless ride for Oscar Amay, takes that title ahead of defending champion Sebastian Grindley, who is going to come home for that silver medal. Little power slide there at the finish. A well-deserved national title there, Helen.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant riding. And yeah, I mean, you could see he was pretty ragged in that last lap, because at the top of the run-up, he like drops his bike and jumps on, and the bike spasms a bit. But he put it all in, and in a brilliant place, in a place that he knew he was better, and tactically great racing.
And congratulations between the two rivals. What a race they gave us there.
That was a brilliant race, and they obviously know each other. They're obviously on the national team and they're away together, you know, things like that. But Zeb did everything he could as well. He really used his strengths in the places that he could, but he just didn't have that tight technical skill today that Oscar did have. And you can see the bikes actually are starting to get really quite muddy on the tyres, and there's mud coming up onto the bottom of the top tubes of the bike. So this is going to mean that maybe later on they're going to start having to change bikes, but it also means the top surface is getting really quite slippy. I mean, if you're the mum there celebrating with your kids, you had a 2 out of 3 chance.
A gold and bronze there for Amay, and they really took it on from the start, and as well, it just shows the calm maturity that they approached that when they came in as two of the big favorites, along with Sebastian Grindley, and the three of them just took it true to form.
Yeah, I mean, super smooth. And as the youngest of those 3 riders, that was really quite impressive to see how calm and calculated he was in his riding. And I mean, we did see that Alfie May lost. Really, it was on that run-up section that was where he lost contention with the group. So it wasn't like a technical problem or a power problem. It was just wrong footing. Equally, you know, you've practiced that, you know, which is a good line and things like that, but for such a young person to keep their head keep their cool in a very stressful, high energy situation was really impressive to see.
It's a great ride, and he prepped really well. If you look at the last sort of few races, he went over, did the World Cup in Namur, just outside the top 10 at the Super Prestige in Houston Zolder, just after Christmas, then up to 5th in Lowenhout, which was an absolute monster of a day, the Cyclo-cross in Lowenhout, and then 2nd in Bradford. So the form you can see in those last results over the last few weeks has definitely shown how that form has been building.
Yeah, definitely. Someone needs to get him a coat because he needs to get warm.
Yeah.
Where's his start line crew, huh? not as pro as the elites.
It's worth pointing that out though, because that is one of the most important things is getting and staying warm afterwards.
Yeah, because for these riders, he's going to the World Championships and he's going to probably go to the next. I don't know if the GB team are going to the Benidorm World Cup, but he will definitely be going to Hoogerheide and then Worlds. So, you know, some riders are able to peak for the national championships and to win the national championships and just try and hold their form to Worlds, and other riders try to peak for the Worlds knowing that they're going. So when you know you don't have to win the national championships in order to race the World Championships, it's much easier to peak for that. There's been years where riders haven't necessarily won nationals but have gone on to get a medal at the World Championships, and that's because they knew that in advance that that's where they're going, and so that's what their goal was for that season. So equally, all 3 of these riders have had very similar results in World Cups, different World Cups depending on their skill. You know, Oscar was better in Overrise, which is a race that we know is very technical. There's lots of descending and things like that. Grinley was better in a race like Maasmechelen or Holst, which is more grassy, but equally there's lots of up and down banks there. It's kind of, you know, they're very similar matched, and so in order to win the championships as a junior in this circumstance, I'd say that you would have to peak for this event.
And Ian Field just sent me a little message. Morning to Ian Field, thanks for tuning in. And said they based all the training around the World Champs, and this is a stepping stone towards that one. And as we said, that form, you could see it's building. And if this is a stepping stone, going into a Worlds with a first national title is going to doing the world a good. You could feel the panic though, couldn't you, on even with the gap that he had into the wall where he started to lose his footing, because that gap in cyclo-cross terms was still relatively small.
Yeah, you could feel the panic. Like I say, you could see that back wheel jumping. Like he was really at that point. He could obviously see. But when you're going up a climb, running up a climb like that, the gap is much. It looks closer than it is. So in terms of seconds, when you get over the top on your back riding again, it's actually a bigger gap. But when you're running it, it looks a lot closer, and so that would have given him a tiny bit of panic. But he had it under control.
He did indeed. There's your race times. 10:25 will be the junior female race. That will be our next race in roughly 10 minutes time, and then we will have the U23, the under-23 and elite female race at 11:25, and our final race for you today will be at 1:15 local time, the U23 and elite open race to finish things off. But the junior female race, big favourite for that one has to be Kat Ferguson, especially with Imogen Wolf racing up into the elite race today. But you won't want to miss that one. We have a big out-and-out favourite, one of the biggest young stars in cycling at the moment, we're expecting Helen a bit of a masterclass in this junior females race next up.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some super strong riders. Although Imogen Wolf, who was last year's national champion, has actually stepped up to the under 23 category, so we won't see her racing until later on in the day, which means that Kat Ferguson is pretty much the clear favourite. Also, when you're in a national championships, you don't have the super strong riders around you, and we've seen Ferguson and Wolf and a French rider, Gervais, basically taking all the podium spots at the Junior World Cups this year for women. And when you have those super strong riders around you, you raise your game. Whereas when it comes to a national championships, you quite often find it slightly harder to not necessarily go out there and power away and win, but you don't have the advantage of other riders dragging you away or other riders showing you better lines than you're racing, and so you can't improve in the race. But I mean, Kat Ferguson is definitely the out-and-out favourite in the junior female category.
Yeah, that will be up next. We're going to take a little break. Join us in about 10 minutes' time when we will be bringing you the junior female race, but a first national title on our first race of the day. Oscar Amey from Sebastian Green and Alfie Amey.
Right, so nearly got everybody.
Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us here in beautiful Falkirk today for the British National Cyclo-cross Championships. If you weren't with us for the Junior Open category, it is the Junior Female race next up, and this is your field that will be taking to the start. The big out-and-out favourite, you've got to say, is Kat Ferguson there. From Hope Tech Factory Racing. Alice Colling, the National Trophy winner. We've got to watch out for her as well. Also, some other riders that we've got to pick out. Rebecca Woodvine, another rider that everyone's been tipping to watch out for in this race today. But Helen, the out-and-out favourite in this one is Kat Ferguson.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Kat Ferguson has proved herself this year with 2 Junior World Cup wins, 3 UCI wins in the UK, second at the European Championships, and it was a fantastic battle as well. She's currently the leader of the Junior World Cup, so you know she's an incredible bike rider, and I think she's probably the out-and-out favourite. She just has to put it together on the day. However, you know, anything can happen. National Championships, absolutely anything can happen.
That's it. You know, it's all about getting everything right on the day in this one. So the junior female category on this testing course here at Calendar Park, and Scotland playing host to these national championships for the first time, and it is a, you know, we touched on it briefly before the Junior Open race. It's a huge moment for Scottish cycling to have these championships here.
It's brilliant to be able to see. Scottish cyclocross is so strong. It always has been. There's an amazing atmosphere. It's so friendly and warm and welcoming, and it's absolutely brilliant for these riders to be able to local riders to be able to come to a local race, which is always something fun. Also for the spectators to come down and watch the racing and see arguably one of the best riders, you know, in the top 10 regularly. For Cam Mason in the elite men's, we've got Anna Kay, Nikki Bramia, Eleanor Day, riders like that in the elite women that are also incredibly good. We've got Kat Ferguson in the junior racing, and she's World Cup leader. You know, there's so many amazing riders that they can see firsthand for the first time in Scotland.
And you know, we know Kat Ferguson rides well in Scotland as well, because she took that silver medal in the World Junior Road Race Championships in Glasgow early on in the year, and another rider like many now that she is that multidiscipline rider, taking that silver medal behind Julie Bego and ahead of Fleur Moores. We're down on the start. We're almost ready for the off. We're green, we're go, we're off and racing. It's those green and black colours of Hope Tech Factory Racing of Kat Ferguson, who is leading out.
And she's going to want to put her first impressions down. She's going to want to try and lead this race. She's going to want to try and get a gap and just try and stay away from these riders. And this hill at the start of this race is super tough. So already that gives her a couple of metres advantage over the rider in second place.
Lap 1, Kat Ferguson just launching it off the start line. And if we think back to the elite women's race last year with Zoe Baxter, did the same in the elite female race last year, just launched it straight off the start line and leading out. So we've got Anwen Neesham in second, Isabel Mays currently in third place. But lap 1, Ferguson leading out, and you can see just in up there, Anwen Neesham wearing number 6 has had a great start here. She's doing everything that she can to stay with Kat Ferguson.
Yeah, she's had an absolutely brilliant start, and you can see they do a little start loop before they go off onto the course, and this is they do it in the very beginning just so that it gives the riders time to space themselves out a little bit more than so they don't get into trouble. But to get on to Kat Ferguson's wheels so early in the race is absolutely brilliant riding.
Anwen Nesham trying to stay here with Kat Ferguson. Ferguson looks back over the shoulder, and Cardiff Jiff, the team of Anwen Nesham. Kat Ferguson smoothly over there. Nesham, can she ride it? Yes, she can. And a great start here. Anwen Nesham, as we say, Kat Ferguson's the big favourite, but the Cardiff Jiff rider here, even just trying to follow early on Kat Ferguson, you put yourself into a great position in this race to challenge for a medal.
You do. You put yourself right at the front of the race, and it means that the other riders that might come up to you may be able to take you away. You're also not in any trouble. You're following a brilliant line, arguably one of the world's best junior riders, so you're following the best lines that you can. And when riders come up to you, they could then bring you closer again, and we're going to watch the start again here. And yeah, Kat got a fantastic start already. Just making a big gap, taking advantage of the front, and then riding over the top of this climb and making a big gap.
Also getting a good start there, Ellie Mitchison from the Montezuma's race team. Anwen Nesham. Isabel Mays was up there from Shibden. We'll get if we get a glimpse of who is where. If you are just joining us, it's the junior female race. It's Kat Ferguson, hops the planks. That's a skill and something that really has helped her towards those World Cup wins, and she is carrying great speed and momentum here as she goes into the bomb hole. And already on this opening lap, we've done that little start loop there, Helen, but already on this opening loop, Ferguson opened her advantage significant over the chaser.
Yeah, she's got a really big gap at this point, and she made a little bobble in that corner just in the woods that we weren't able to see, but just had to put her foot down, I think. And as the course conditions start to get a bit slippier, it's much tougher, and the riders aren't going to be able to get over things as easier as earlier in the day when it was slightly more frozen. The top surface will get really slippy, and that will make it trickier, but Ferguson's making it look easy right now.
She is indeed, and what a season she has had, or what a winter she has had, you would say. If you go back to the beginning of this season on the cross bike, she just has to go left there, as the junior guys had to do as well in their race.
Oh, you can see where they've put the post back in the ground, and there's actually slightly more grass on the outside. So brilliant line to be able to see that as you're racing and pick out, oh, hold up, the post move, there's grass, I'm going for the grass, because we all know grass is grip. Grass
is good, grass is grip. I was at Troyes when she took that one, and for me that was one of her impressive rides of the season, to take that World Cup in France. Victoria Schladenova, who was leading for a lot of it, and Kat was locked in a real battle with Celia Géry, the French rider, and it was the latter half of the race where she always kind of comes into her own and really came through. It was a real battle, that one, but she's also had wins at the World Cup in Antwerp as well this season, and then sort of dipped into, over the Christmas period, dipped into a few elite races in Havre, Diegem and Hulst, just to sort of, it's as a junior sometimes just going up against those elites to build into these nationals and then build into the World Championships.
Yeah, and as a junior female, you're actually allowed to race, well, in European racing there isn't an established junior women's category, and so because of that, the junior women end up racing in the elite races whenever there isn't a UCI junior women's race. And there are so few on the calendar. There are actually 5 in the UK. The National Trophy Series has 6 every round has a junior women's event, but there's only about 40 around the world. So the junior women race with the elites a lot, but for her to be able to step up and do some fantastic races against those elites and do such a good job is really exciting to see, because she is second year, so next year she will become an elite, because there is no under 23 category in women's cyclocross, other than outside of the European and World Championships.
And we've got to rectify that. It's definitely the next step, isn't it? And you know from when you started your Helen 100 program back when we had just had the announcement of the World Junior Female Cyclocross Championships that was coming up, and the little just Kat Ferguson just lost her pedal there a little bit. But for riders like Kat, for Zoe Backstead, for Fem Van Empel that we're seeing at the highest level, that the work that you did to develop the junior program has led to where we are now with talents like Kat Ferguson here. And as you said moments ago, it's that skill set that the next generation coming through, like Kat, who are already hopping the barriers. And she's on that Canyon bike. She's going into Movistar next year, and then the next step has got to be, hasn't it, more under 23 races in cyclocross and also on the road as well.
I think there is a step forward. I think we have to ensure that the junior racing is fixed first. I think it's important that the junior women have the same opportunities as the junior men to start with, and then the under 23 is the next category that can be focused on. Although I think in cyclocross it's much tougher to mix that up a bit. You see often in the men's racing that under 23 and elites are together quite regularly. Under 23 is an important category, but it's not quite as important as the juniors, whereas the junior boys never race against the elite riders because they're not allowed, because they have their own series, they have their own races. And whenever there's an elite men and women's race, if you have a UCI day, you have to have a UCI junior men's race, but you don't have to have a UCI junior women's, and that's a rule that really needs to be changed ASAP. Yeah. It was supposed to be changed a couple of years ago and it never quite worked because of COVID, and now it seems to have gone on the back burner. So that is the biggest step that will make a huge difference. And then the next step, is to look at the under 23s. But in cyclocross, I think it's much trickier. I think on the road there is absolutely opportunity to do under 23 racing for the women.
Is Kat Ferguson coming round at the end of lap 1, and just taking that opportunity there just to have a glance across the circuit, just to see where the next riders are, just around about 9:14. That first lap there for Kat Ferguson. And there is, as you said when we came on air, Helen, there's so much pressure on Kat at the moment in terms of the results that she's had, the big team that she signed for going world tour when she becomes a U23 and into that elite category, as you said. But it is a sign of just being able to manage that pressure on a day such as this, because as you said, this is cyclocross, anything can happen on race day.
Yeah, being the absolute favourite doesn't always mean that you win the race. And while if Imogen Wolf hadn't upgraded to the under 23 category, we would have seen a much closer battle, because we saw in Antwerp they're only 6 seconds apart, and Antwerp's a tough race with a lot of sand, so a lot of opportunities to make mistakes and things like that. So to be that close to each other, it shows that they are super strong. Imogen Wolf actually won last year's national championship, so we can see how slippy that bank's getting at the minute. So for her to upgrade makes sense, in my opinion. But for Ferguson, this will be her first national title, and she wants that, and she wants to be able to wear that in the last couple of World Cups that they have for the junior women, and she has that on her CV. And although she's the out-and-out favourite for the race and clearly super, super strong, you've still got to put it all together. You've still got to cross the finish line in first place. You still have to not make mistakes. Seeing her jump the barriers here, she says, a brilliant job. And I mean, talking about that, the top 3 in the Junior World Cup in Troyes all jump barriers, the top 3 junior women. And that's a huge step up in junior women's racing, because they've had the ability to develop. They've been able to watch elite women's racing for a long time. They've seen some riders like the likes of Anna Kay, a British rider, jump the barriers in front of them at national trophies, and these riders, there was a lot of riders, the Solar Pirates, which are now on the Montezuma team, had a fantastic group of young women that were doing that as under 14s. And because of that, I think that showed in the UK, you got to see it. And because you get to see it, you can think, well, actually, they look like me, I should be able to do that. And now we're seeing this generation of British riders able, the junior women able to jump the barriers, which is really, really cool to see. I think in 5 years, that will be such an important skill in elite women's racing in cyclocross.
Kat Ferguson just having to turn left across that bank section. She is our leader. We're out on lap 2, and the Hope Tech Factory Racing rider going true to form here in this junior female category. And a great atmosphere here in Calendar Park, here in Falkirk today for these championships. So we're just getting a little look back across the course, and just to let you know, we're waiting for our live timing to come in as well, to just give you an idea of who is in our silver and bronze medal positions. Just focusing here on our leader, little dab at the top of that bank. It is a great course here in Falkirk. It's been a rider favourite for many years, and you can really see why.
It's an absolutely brilliant course in Falkirk, and they've done such a great job of making a hard, technical and good course. And obviously the weather conditions makes a lot of difference. Last year they had apocalyptic rain for about 3 weeks, and so the course was just running by, after the first couple of races. But here the ground's frozen, which means that it's really fast, but it's absolutely brilliant course. You can't take anything away from that. They've really made really great features from what they have.
And in terms of this venue in particular, I mean, do you feel would be important if we could get a World Cup back in the UK, given the stature that we have within World Cyclo-cross?
I think it's so important that we get a World Cup in the UK, and I think that's in the process right now. It was so close to happening, but a few things just didn't work out, and I think this would be an incredible venue. I mean, it's a tough drive from Belgium. It's probably about 12 hours, but I still think it's a fantastic venue, and that shouldn't be taken away from it. I mean, people go to the Val di Sole one in Italy, and we've done World Cups in Rome, and that's like a 20-hour drive from Belgium. So, it's not unfeasible, and I think it would be absolutely brilliant for the cyclocross community in Scotland to have a World Cup here. Absolutely.
I mean, we go to Spain now, don't we? And we get very Belgian centric, because the focus on cyclocross a lot is Flanders. But we got to think like Cameron Mason, and where Cameron Mason has got to in cyclocross in terms of setting off on a weekend, maybe getting the boat across from Scotland to the Netherlands, and look where he's got, and riders now as well. You took Kat Ferguson and other riders, and for cyclocross in Great Britain, a lot of it does come down to that support, that small support network, because the budget for cyclocross within the national programs, it's not an Olympic sport, is it? So people look at it and sometimes think it's fully funded like the track program as well. So they do an awful lot, and have done an awful lot with a lot of the club network around the UK as well is still so important within cyclocross.
Yeah, it really is. It's like you say, it's not an Olympic sport, it's not funded, but it is one of the absolute best ways to learn how to ride a bike. You gain skills, you gain understanding of what your bike does underneath you. It looks like a road bike, it's just got knobbly tyres and a slightly higher bottom bracket. So it feels like what it would on the road, but the skills that riders are able to take from cyclocross into other disciplines is really important. So at junior level, I think it's so important that everyone gives it a try. And as for elite level, if you're able to make it to the top, it is a very lucrative sport now. arguably there is significantly more prize money than there is on the road. So, there's plenty of opportunities to make it as a professional cyclocross racer. And I think we've showcased that in the past 10 years that it is incredibly professional now at elite level. We've got live television coverage of the women's races as well as the men's races. And the teams want that sponsorship, and therefore they're paying really good salaries to the top riders in order to get that coverage. And so, yeah, I think it may not be an Olympic sport, but I think it's a very professional sport at elite level now in the women's. And I think that's really, really important for these younger riders to see that there is opportunity for them going forwards if they're able to focus on cyclocross, if that's what they want to do, which they should, because cross is the best. I've just seen I've seen some shots, I think, of Alice Culling in second spot right now. We obviously can only see the pictures that you can see, but as soon as we know who's in second and third, we can give you that information.
Yeah, we will give you that update. And for Kat Ferguson here, the fact that Movistar are bringing in a multi-discipline rider like Kat Ferguson, that she's not allowed to go anywhere, so she can't go to Movistar and then not be able to ride cyclocross anymore. And that's huge as well for cyclocross, that a team with the history of Movistar wants to sign a multi-discipline young rider at 17 years old like Kat Ferguson.
Well, it's not just the teams as well. They understand that the importance of racing like this. When the likes of Mathieu van der Poel goes from cyclocross, he was a cross racer. We're going to see a replay here of Kat Ferguson just taking a wide line there, because there was that grass on that outside where they just moved the post. Not quite getting over the top of that one. It's a little bit steep, that one. And then running, there's only really, you can only kind of climb the wall. You can't really run it. It's much more of a scramble, I guess. But yeah, teams know that, we've had incredibly good riders: Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert, Marianne Vos, Pauline Prévost, Shirin van Anrooy and Lucinda Brand have come between the two, have shown that actually cyclocross and being a multi-discipline rider, because she races the track as well, is actually very helpful in order to make a good road rider. And if she wants to focus on road and that's what she wants to do, she's going to come into that team more skills than any other junior rider at the moment. And so the riders want to ride with those riders in the peloton. I remember one time in the women's tour in the UK, I was riding next to Lucy van der Haar, and we got moved off the road onto a bit of gravel, and there was like a pothole, and so I just jumped it, and she just laughed and said, "I'm so glad that was you there next to me, not somebody else." And so with the cyclocross, when you're in the peloton, people know you have the skills and they're not afraid when you ride next to them, and that helps you move forward in the peloton. So it's only good comes from racing cyclocross.
Indeed. Kat Ferguson is our leader, lap 3 of 5 for the Hope Tech Factory Racing rider. One of the most exciting riders in the world at the moment, Kat Ferguson. And what a season she has had. Went from cyclocross onto the road, won the Piccolo Alfredo Binda race in March onto the Van Borsele. Took a couple of jerseys in that. Then to France, Junior Nations Cup race. Stage and Best Young Riders jersey in the Tour de Gévaudan, Occitanie. British National Junior Time Trial Champion. She won that after taking a bit of a Ronde van Vlaanderen junior race as well, which bodes well for the future in terms of following in those wheel tracks of the likes of Lotte Kopecky. The Biscay Colorayac Junior Stage Race took a stage and a jersey in that one. Second in the World Junior Road Race Championships, and then has gone into the winter, winner of the World Cup in Troyes and Antwerp, silver medal in the European Championships. 2023 was pretty good, and 2024 is already starting off nicely here for Kat Ferguson.
Yeah, that's not bad results there at all, is it? Yeah, I mean, she's an incredibly good rider, and we know that, Britain's very good at producing exceptional junior women and junior men. And so, it's exciting to see, and it's exciting to see that there's also Imogen Wolf, who's almost there with her in terms of cyclocross, and that shows that when a couple of riders come along together that are super strong, they push each other to be better, and that's a really, really good thing for the sport as well. And just having her in the races, showing, this is the level you need to get to, can make a rider go away, a first-year junior go away and say, right, I want to be Kat Ferguson. How do I be Kat Ferguson? And they actually are able to raise their game because of the likes of these riders in the race.
Indeed. And the Hope Tech Factory Racing rider leading out here. If you are just joining us, she launched it from the start line, pretty much, didn't she, Helen? And it was a great start from Anwen Nisham of Cardiff Jiff, who managed to stay with her for majority of that start loop. We did see Alice Colling in that silver medal position. We're going to try and get an idea of who is in our battles for silver and bronze. It does look like Alice Colling is in second place, but our leader in that gold medal winning position at the moment is Kat Ferguson. We are on lap 3 of 5 here in the junior female category, our second race of the day. It is a beautiful day here in Scotland, at the 14th century calendar house that is playing host to these championships, and it is a great venue. It has been a rider favourite for many years, this course. Is this Alice Colling in second place? It's, from the Shibden Cycling Club. So getting some good shots here of Alice Colling.
And she's won the National Trophy Series this year. She's had 4 National Trophy wins, and she had a 12th in the World Cup in Troy. So she's an incredibly good rider. She's come into really good form. She won the last round of the National Trophy Series, which was last weekend. And yeah, she's riding super, super strong as well. And she's got a clear margin over third spot as well, as we can see.
Yeah, comfortably in this silver medal position is Alice Colling. And she was another rider. She had a busy sort of Christmas period as well. Dipped in, like Kat Ferguson, to prepare for this one. Dipped into after Namur at that Junior World Cup in December. Then started the elite races. She did Houston Zolder. She raced in Deegam. Then back to the junior race in Hulst, and then also started the year with the GP Sven Nys in Basel, which is a great course as well. And in the elite race there, finished 31st in that. So they've really been in the thick of it, these riders, over that busy Christmas period, and it shows how important that is to build form into these national championships, not just here in Great Britain, but all over Europe and the world in nationals today.
Yeah, and there's actually a new foundation this year, the Evo Devo Foundation, and they're helping to support these young riders to take them into Europe, to give them opportunities to show them what it's like. And it's really, really important to see that. It's really important to feel what it's like to be racing at international level in the junior ranks, when arguably it's not as important to learn. Learning in the elite ranks is really tough to do, whereas learning in the junior ranks is much easier to do. But you get to see the atmosphere, you get to smell the smells, hear the noises, you get to be engross yourself into that environment, and that's as inspiring to a junior rider as it is to anyone that goes there for the first time. And that could be the difference between them saying, well, actually, I want to focus on cross, or I want to raise my level because I want to be able to compete at the front of these junior races. And that's what the Evo people are doing, and that's really, really cool to see as well, to provide opportunities to riders that wouldn't necessarily get selected for the national team.
Alice Colling coming through as she approaches the wall. The Shibden rider just goes that left. And it's a big run-up that we've got here. It has got echoes of many courses that we've seen throughout this winter in the world of cyclocross. Holst has a very big steep bank, doesn't it, as well?
Holst does. Zolder used to have a wall. Yeah, it was kind of a thing for a while in Europe. But I think it is very European, actually. The course, lots of ups and downs and banks and sharp banks where you have to come on and off camber across them because you're not able to go directly up them. Things like that. I think it's an absolutely brilliant course. And she had a really lovely line there on that left-hand side that we haven't seen that many riders use. But because she was able to run up the left-hand side, she didn't really stumble at all. That obviously the footprints are not too far apart, so they're actually at a nice level. And then she cut across at the very top of the corner. She cut across to the right-hand side in order to jump on. But where the angle of the hill became less, she was able to cut that, and really nice line, super smooth, one of the smoothest we've seen go up that hill without making any bobbles at all. Running is just as important in cross as riding, and how you do that running is just as important as how you do that riding, because running can make a huge difference, as we saw in the junior open race just an hour ago.
Indeed. Alice Colling going through. We'll just look through and just get a glimpse of our next riders in our on the route, on the course. Is this Rebecca Woodvine that's gone through? It's not. It's Esther Wong, another rider from Shibden. Esther Wong was another pre-race favourite, another rider that we said to watch out for today. Esther Wong, Shibden having a great day here. Silver and bronze medal positions.
Yeah, and that will help the team classification, which we have across the whole of the weekend. Your highest placed riders in a certain number of categories counts towards your team placement, so that would be good for them. And yeah, Esther Wong she was second in Bradford National Trophy last weekend, so she's coming into form as well. She's had 21st place in Holst World Cup in the junior category, and another great rider. So this must be our fourth spot we're seeing here.
Isabel Mays, another Shibden rider, and this is it, isn't it? If you look at a team like Shibden, and you can clearly see how much the training that they would do together. I'm sure they'll let us know if they are. But a lot of the time with your local clubs, you're out in the week. They might have a weekday evening session for the riders, do their skills, do their drills. As you said, there's all the backup from the team, from the coaches. They're having a great day.
They are 4 junior women in the race, and they are second, third, and fourth right now. And I mean, training with other riders that are your age, that are your peers, actually makes you train better, because it's not like you can use an excuse and say, well, they're older, so that's why they're better, or they're boys, so that's why they're jumping the barriers. I'm a girl. When the riders around you are jumping the barriers and they're girls, and so that's where we see the women can help grow their own peers in a collective, because that's how women inspire women, is by showing them this is how we do it. We can do it this way. We should try this way, rather than just being a single woman in a club, a single junior. And to have 4 juniors would mean that they would be pushing each other week in, week out in training and things like you say, and that could be a fantastic thing. It creates a great community, which allows young women to grow.
Does. Tia Taylor is the other member of the Shibden Cycling Club. If you're just joining us today, we're on lap 4 of 5, penultimate lap, and it is Hope Tech Factory Racing rider Kat Ferguson going true to form in this junior female category here at the British National Cyclo-cross Championships in Falkirk. That is holding an advantage over Alice Colling in the silver medal position from the Shibden Cycling Club. Esther Wong in the bronze medal position, and then Isabel Mays currently in 4th place. Just getting some look at some other riders out on the course. So just that remount at the top for the Montezuma's rider. And a real busy team, Montezuma's. They do an awful lot of work. This is Ellie Mitchinson. So Ellie Mitchison there from Montezuma's, wearing number 5. And they're very active in the south, in the sort of Wessex region, Montezuma's.
And they've done a huge development in women's youth racing, junior racing. Absolutely brilliant what they've done over the years, and arguably they've created. They've shown that it's possible to get together groups of young women to grow the sport, and that's absolutely brilliant to see.
Kat Ferguson on the wall, shouldering that bike for the penultimate time. She's going to come round and get the bell this time, and has led from the gun. Came off the start line like a rocket, did Kat Ferguson. And there was moments when some riders looked like they might be able to stay with her. But she has really made the race her own here, and she will come round. And this is a welcome sound as well for Kat Ferguson to get the bell here, Helen. You've been in this position many times.
Yeah, it takes a look over her shoulder, and that's pretty much the first time we've seen her do that. And, you know, she's just checking, but there's nobody really that she can see at this point. And coming around, one lap to go, and it's so important at this point. You know you're going to win. You know you want to enjoy it, but you're focused. Even with a big gap, you're still okay. This is the corner. This is the gears. This is, you know, freeway hill, pedal here, attack this. This is what I need to do. And it's only really when she gets down after the wall on the end of this lap that she can really enjoy the moment.
And Kat as well, you know, she's relatively new to cycling as well. It's kind of reading interviews with her, and she's, you know, she only sort of discovered the bike during those sort of, from what I was reading, during the COVID years.
Yeah, I mean, she is only 17, so I guess that makes her about 14 when she discovered it. And
yeah,
it is, you know, that's the perfect age. That's the age where you're slightly more motivated yourself. You don't need parents to kind of say, we're going to go to a bike race. It's more like, well, I want to do that, so we're going to go to a bike race. And it's also an age where you're discovering yourself. I mean, sport, I'm going to see a nice bike change here. Sport is a fantastic way to grow confidence, to release endorphins from exercise, to understand what your body's capable of, to learn how to push yourself. We're watching a replay here of the last lap up that bank. It's just one of the best ways in order to learn a lot about yourself. And you don't have to be competitive. Exercise is just as good, but in the competitive element, you learn a lot more about yourself. And for a 14-year-old to say, I want to do bike racing and I'm going to go and give it a go, that shows that they're motivated to do that. And so it does. I don't think you have to start when you're 3 years old. You know, I think I didn't race my first cyclocross trophy event until I was 19. So, you know, I made a career out of it. So it's kind of, you know, it doesn't have to be from the very beginning. You can come in later. Emma Pooley came into the road racing when she was around 24-ish, and she'd come from age group triathlon. But, you know, it's the things that she did. She got an Olympic medal. And so you don't have to be, you know, it's not like you have to be born into it and be racing when you're 4 years old. You can start later in life and still be incredibly successful. Talent is talent. If you're good at it, if you're strong, if you have skills, yeah, you know, you can win races.
Definitely. Alice Colling coming through. This is our silver medal rider from the Shibden Cycling Club. Alice Colling going through. She gets that welcome sound of the bell. Just over 35 minutes of racing for Alice Colling. And it is her teammates that are behind her. Esther Wong was in that bronze medal position. And then it was Isabel Mays, also of Shibden, that was sitting in fourth. Just seeing now, looks like, is that Esther Wong just coming around that bottom corner? These riders just crossing the course. Just got to be mindful of the riders coming through. And this is Esther Wong coming through, and she's just like at this point as well, Helen, you just want to take a little glance across the course at any opportunity to see where your rivals are. So good ride.
Yeah, she's not going to be able to catch up to the second spot at this point unless she has an incident, and so It's more about just making sure that she doesn't lose her spot on the podium in third and seeing where fourth place is behind you.
This has just been, she's just got to just string this final lap together. But this has been a faultless performance, you would say, today from Kat Ferguson. We just missed her hopping the planks there. But it's just been, we said that we were going to be treated to a bit of a masterclass, and that's what she's doing here.
Yeah, but like we said, there's always that extra, we've seen Zoe Baxter do it in the Zoe raced elites last year. She was elite national champion. I think she'd upgraded already. And we've seen her do that, and we've seen other riders. We've seen the likes of Evie Richards, an incredible junior and under-23 rider, Harriet Harnden, another incredible junior rider. And when you get these exceptional talents, they do show us what the difference is between domestic racing and European racing. But these are British riders, so it's not that we're not capable of creating this. These are British riders that are racing incredibly well, that are winning World Cups. Junior World Cups in Europe. That Baxter did the same. She won the Junior World Cup Series, and Ferguson's the current leader with 2 rounds to go. So we are brilliant. We are absolutely brilliant. Our junior women, our junior men are incredibly good at cyclocross, and long may it continue.
Definitely. What a future this rider has. We went with us early on. 17 years old, has signed for the big Movistar team when she becomes an elite the back end of this year, when she turns 18, into that team. And we are seeing that, and we see it a lot more in women's cycling as well. Men's elite tier and professional teams are kind of following suit, is teams taking those riders on at 18. And it's a big part of the rider development and investing in in them over the next sort of 3 years, because also you've got to be mindful of these young riders being over raced in a way, and going into those World Tour programs like Movistar, like we see with Lidl Trek as well, signing the Holmgren sisters and Felicity Wilson Haffenden. It's about bringing them on and developing them and making sure that they're not over raced on the road in the season, and then managing their winter programs as well.
It's incredibly important. I think some of the teams are slightly afraid that they're going to miss out on the next big talent. And so when they see somebody that's as good as Kat Ferguson, they're like, yeah, well, we need to sign her because look what she's doing in multidiscipline races. And they're a little bit afraid to miss out on that. But they also, because they've had experience of it now, they know how to treat these young riders and how to keep them racing and progressing in a good environment that doesn't push them and break them. Definitely.
Yeah, don't want elite team FOMO, do we? No fear of missing out. No, definitely. But up the wall for the final time, just this steep drop, and then it will be the final twists and turns here, and a first national title for one of, you've got to say, one of the most exciting young riders in the world, 17-year-old Kat Ferguson from Hope Tech Factory Racing will come round and take the coveted British national champs jersey. And what a phenomenal performance from the Hope Tech Factory Racing rider. Kat Ferguson is your junior female champion. She takes a little bow, and deservedly so. Phenomenal race there, Helen.
Yeah, and she absolutely deserved it. She was the favourite coming in by a long way, and she lived up to the promise and performed brilliantly. She made 0 mistakes. She was so controlled and calm the whole way around, and has just taken her first junior national title.
Yeah, fabulous ride there. Just got to go get your timing chip, stop your watch as well. The gold medal is decided, and then it really behind, it's the Shibden Cycling Club show behind the Hope Tech Factory Racing rider.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens at for the next, but I think Alice Collins probably got her second spot wrapped up.
So get the team down to Kat Ferguson. As we said, you've got to keep warm and you got to get all the jerseys, get warm after the finish as you finish line bag. That is one of the most important parts of your kit, your finish bag.
Podium bag, Marty.
Podium bag,
That shows
sorry.
that you're in it for the win. It's your podium bag. Yeah, it's really, really important actually, and it's something that not a lot of people really think about. But we're seeing Alice Cotton coming in here now for to take a well-deserved silver medal. It's something people don't think about that much, but when you're going to be on a podium, it's really, really important that you have a dry undervest, a clean set of socks, something to cover your legs, and a warm jacket, hopefully in your team if that's available to you in your team kit. And they should be in a bag together, ready, a hat, ready for your, even if it's your pit crew that have to then get to the finish line really quickly to give it to you, but somebody should have that available to you, because if you're then going to go on the podium and you're going to be really sweaty from the effort that you've done, it's cold in cyclocross, and you just put a jacket over the top, the base layer that's touching your skin is still wet and cold. So if you have the opportunity to just whip that off and put a dry one on, that's going to make you feel so much warmer, and it's going to help you in the long run not get sick. So yes, those things, cover your legs, keep them warm, keep your body temperature warm, but try and change that base layer so that you have something touching your skin that's dry.
And I was Zoe Backstead's pit line crew, podium bag crew in Troyes, and I said that it was like the cyclocross equivalent for me of being the T-boy. It was one that I couldn't mess up, and of course she crossed the line, turned left straight to the podium, and I was standing down with the other Swannies waiting. I had to do a proper Usain Bolt down the finish straight of Troyes to get there in time. What a ride today from the Shibden Cycling Club. Alice Colling just takes the wall for the final time. Really solid ride here from Alice Colling in this silver medal position.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant ride. We haven't been able to see much of her during the day, but she's really riding nice lines. She's super smooth and held off the third spot really, really well, and coming in to take a second place in the championships.
Well-deserved silver medal here for Alice Colling from the Shibden Cycling Club. Has had a great season, has Alice Colling, taking the National Trophy Series. She adds a National Championship silver medal to what has been a great winter so far for Alice Colling. She's going to be delighted with that one. And it will be her teammate, Esther Wong, who was in that bronze medal position. This is her now coming into the finishing straight. So it's second and third. Great day out here for the Shibden Cycling Club, taking 2 medals in this one. And Esther Wong was just outside the top 10 in the National Trophy Series, but takes a bronze medal here in this one. Adds that to a second place in the Bradford last round and Bradford of the National Trophy Series. So has been building that form really strongly over the last couple of weeks. But there are our medalists. It is gold and the British title to Kat Ferguson, silver for Alice Colling from Shibden Cycling Club, with her teammate Esther Wong taking the bronze medal.
Oh, that's good. The start line person's got her stuff. That's perfect. Everybody get warm.
Yeah, it's so, as you said, it's so important. Get warm at the end of that one. What a great program, clearly, and great job that Shibden are doing with their junior female riders.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, to have 4 junior women at the national championships means there are other riders that aren't riding the national championships, but if they're able to get together to train together and things like that, they're just going to grow. They're just going to teach each other how to be better riders, and that's really exciting for the future of the elite women's sport as well, because next year a lot of these riders, both Wong and Colin, are second year juniors, so next year they'll be racing in with the under-23 in elite race, which will be coming up next.
It will indeed. And what a championship race we will have in in that one. Zoe Baxter not here to defend her title. She's down in Spain on the Canyon SRAM training camp and prepping for the last World Cups and, of course, the World Championships to come. And it does open up to a potential new champion. But interestingly, we've got a former multiple champion in Nikki Bramier taking the start in the elite female and under 23 category as well. So could Nikki Bramier pull a surprise today? That's going to be a lot of excitement around that one.
I think it's probably Anna Kay's the favourite going into the event, but Millie Cousins is also out in Europe. She's had a 16th at Coxsider recently. But Nikki Bramier is a dark horse for sure. Obviously, she's not training at the level that she was when she was a professional cyclist, and she's now got 2 young kids, and that's almost like training like a professional cyclist, but without actually getting the miles in. But she is determined, and she never gives up. And there's a huge opportunity for upset in the elite women's race.
And that will be in just over 10 minutes' time, at 11:25, the approximate start time of the under 23 and elite female category race. As we said, you do not want to miss this one today. A huge amount of excitement, and what a field we have assembled. Potentially a very close race that we could have in that one. We will take a break for just over 10 minutes. Join us for that one. We'll see you in a little while. Bye for now.
just one of many titles we already have out on the main course. Right, so our winner,
Hello, and welcome to the Elite Under-23 female race here at the British Cycling National Cyclo-cross Championships in Falkirk in Scotland. And defending champion Zoe Baxter not here to defend that title. It opens it up. You've got Anna Kay, Imogen Wolf, Zan Kreese, Eleanor Day, Millie Cousins, likes of former champion, 4 times national champion in Nikki Bramier, back and racing in this race today. Thanks to your company, Martin McDonald and Helen Wyman, with you to take you through today's race action. Helen Wyman, 10 British titles for Helen Wyman. I think the excitement, Helen, is around the return here, potentially of Nikki Bramier. As you said at the end of the junior female race, Anna Kay has got to come in as a big favourite in this one, the likes of Millie Cousins. But someone of the experience of Nikki Bramier knows how to prep for a championship race.
She absolutely does. 4 times national champion, that's not a fluke. And I mean, she does have 2 young children. She is quite often single parenting because her husband, Matt Bramier, is under 23, works with the under 23 national squad. So it's tough. It's really tough to actually train. But she's just enjoying racing cross, and she's won a national trophy series this year in Derby. She was second in Bradford last weekend. She's really good at a British national level, and you know that she is determined and never gives up. And this is 100% her quality me time, which is so strange to say, but it's actually probably slightly more relaxing to race the national championships than it is to single parent 2 small children. But at the same time, she's incredibly talented. You know, she's won a World Cup. She's won many things in the past. She's this is her 13th national championship participation. So don't discredit it. Equally, Imogen Wolf has moved up. We know she's an incredible junior. She got 15th in Gavra World Cup. Plenty of opportunity for her to showcase herself. Anna Kay, absolute favourite. She's been training in Calpe. She's had 5 UCI wins this year. I mean, the list can go on, but we'll just have to see what happens.
We will indeed. We are under orders here in the under-23 and elite female category. Imogen Wolf in that blue colours in the centre of Trinity Racing. Anna Kay in the red of the Cyclo-cross reds, but it's Imogen Wolf here that gets a great start. So does Zan Kreese. Zan Kreese, you can see there, getting another good start for Team Spectra Cannondale, but it's Imogen Wolf that's leading out on the start here from Anna Kay.
And she wants to take this race on. And like I said, she got 15th in Gavra Elite Women's World Cup. So she would not have upgraded unless there was an opportunity for her to have a fantastic result here.
So Imogen Wolf leading out. So Anna Kay, she's come close in these championships. I remember when she took second to Nikki Bramier on one of Nikki's last national title at Cyclo-cross in 2019, and Anna Kay was with her in that one. But this is a great opportunity as well today for the Cyclo-cross Reds rider. Do you feel this course is tough enough for Anna Kay?
I think it's actually very, very good for Anna's skill set. She's really good at technical things. She's good at little banks. She rides things a lot more than other people are capable of riding. She isn't the best in the super muddy, tough courses like we saw last year, but she's really, really good on these faster courses. She can hold a wheel well, and I think this is probably one of the better courses to suit her in most recent years. I mean, it's kind of, in a way, it's similar to Cycle Park in the way there's little techie sections, but it's also similar to some of her other skills. We saw she got 3rd in Koppenberg this year, which means she's a very good climber, and this climbs up, and you can see Bramier now moving into 5th spot already. Millie Cousins coming up into 3rd as well.
Yeah, Millie Cousins up there. This could be a very, very tight race, this one today. Bramier, Cousins moving up. Millie Cousins has won the national trophy here in the past, Millie Cousins, and I think it's great to see Millie Cousins really sort of back in and racing cyclocross. Yeah,
she's had a strong season. like I say, she was 16th in Cocksider, which has been over the Christmas period. So you know that she's riding strong. She's probably very focused on this overall, because she hasn't had the best of best seasons, but she's coming strong towards the national championships. And in a race where it is tighter racing, where it is a faster course, it's little things that will make the difference, like getting into banks first, being able to ride sections where others aren't, taking recovery where you can, riding on a wheel where you can, but also making sure that you take those technical sections first.
So we're on lap 1 here in the under 23 and elite female category. It's still very much together, this group. Anna Kate of the Cyclo-cross Reds now comes through to the front. Imogen Wolf, Millie Cousins, all up towards the front of this group. How would you, Anna Kay, just hop in the planks? And this will help Anna today.
She's the only one of these front riders that are capable of doing that. Although Imogen has done it in Junior World Cup, so we didn't actually see her do that then, but she is capable of that as well. They seem to be slightly higher, but you can see how that's given Anna Kay an advantage over the rest of that group.
And it's such a skill to have, and we may, as you said, we've seen Imogen Wolf doing it in Junior World Cup, so Imogen now will see that Anna is hopping, and will, you think, tactically now want to try and change that, because it is going to make such a difference in this race today.
The other riders in that group are Ella McLennan-Howell of Hope Factory Racing, and Hope Inglis, who was also a really good junior racer.
Anna Kate on that bank, just coming to a halt. What's in terms of tyre choice today, Helen? What would the riders generally be going for on this sort of course?
I think based on the frozen ground conditions, you would have gone for an intermediate tread. You still need a little grip on the corners. Based on the races that we've seen earlier, it's starting to get a tiny bit muddier on the top surface, and so then you would be heading towards not a full mud, but maybe an intermediate mud, something with a little bit of sidewall grip. You don't really need a lot of grip in a straight line, because you are taking a lot of speed into sections, so you're going to gain traction, but you would definitely need a little bit of corner grip as the sun starts to come out and melt some of those sections. This is really good to see Anna Kay take this on from the start, because, you know, we've seen her in the past just wait and wait, and that hasn't worked out for her. Harriet Harnden has beaten her in recent championships. Nikki Bramier beat her. She had a chain issue at the one in 2019 at the Cycle Park, but even so, if she'd taken it on a bit more, no problem there for Imogen Wolf. She didn't quite make it up that bank, so. And there's Nikki Bramier riding around the outside. Oh, there's Millie Cousins, sorry, number 10.
Anna Kate leading out. This is lap 1 of the elite and under 23 female category race. Good to see Anna Kate attacking at the front, trying to build that advantage over that chasing group.
And this is her kind of skill.
She's had a busy season, Anna Kay, hasn't she, as well? When you look at the amount of races that she's done this year, and she did start the year well with some real big. She had 4 wins early on in the National Trophy Series, and then over to Ireland for that one. So it has been a really busy winter for Anna Kay.
Yeah, she's had a really solid season. She had a little bit of a dip, but then she's been out in Calpe on a training camp. She's able to regain that form. I mean, for Anna, being capable of winning a national championships doesn't always mean that you are. And Anna's one of these riders that has been capable for a couple of years, but she hasn't quite been able to turn that into that win. And when you win your first one, it then makes it easier to win the next ones. But winning that first one is one of the hardest things to do. And there are many riders like it. So I was capable of winning 2 or 3 years before I actually took the victory. But you've got to get everything together. You've got to be confident in your strengths. You've got to be confident in your skills. You've got to have a course that suits you, and you've got to just take that race on and believe that you should be the winner. And today, based on this margin already towards the end of the first lap, she is absolutely flying.
She is indeed. Anna Kay leading out. It is a good tactic here. And given the nature of this course and the skill set that Anna Kay has, she's looking to just try and build a solid advantage over those chasers behind. And this is kind of the sort of, I know we're only opening lap here as well from Anna Kay, but since she sort of burst onto the cyclocross scene, as you said, she's always come up against Nikki Bramier or Harriet Harnden, or a really sort of heavy, power-heavy mud course that sort of perhaps hasn't suited her skill set. But here in Scotland, definitely finding something to her liking here on the opening lap.
Yeah, and I mean, against Zoe Baxter in that level of mud last year, it was a super tough race. You wouldn't be able to win that. Zoe is an incredible, exceptional talent, and you have to take your opportunities when they arise. And today she has taken it, and really nice line up there. Tiny little legs, Anna. So she's making great progress up that bank, just taking little steps and able to get over the top super smooth. And this will give her the confidence going around. It will just keep growing her confidence and growing her confidence. And Imogen Wolf now back still in second spot, with Millie Cousins in third, Grace Inglis in fourth, and Ella McLeod-Howell, and then Nikki Harris taking up sixth spot right now. Nikki Bramier, apologies.
You go way back. We'll let you have that one. That shows how long you've been racing together. That one, always big rivals. But Anna Kay comes around at the end of lap one. We've had our start loop as well, but Kay leading through here for the Cyclo-cross Reds. So good start from Anna Kay. And then we look back to that chasing group, which is Wolf, Cousins. So Imogen Wolf on the front of that group, looks across at Millie Cousins. And then is that Hope Inglis going through for Hope Factory Racing. So there's your chasers, Millie Cousins and Imogen Wolf.
This group will start to like fight each other a little bit. Now Anna's gone away. This is the perfect thing for Anna, because Imogen's going to go to the front. She's obviously upgraded for a reason. She wants to try and take this group away, but they are at some point is too big a group, and so they will slow down their progress a little bit, which gives Anna the advantage at the front if she's able to keep a solid pace and just ride her own race and take her own lines, which is brilliant at these kind of little banks and things like that. We're seeing Imogen Wolf changing bikes there for some reason. Maybe tyre selection, maybe the tyres are getting a little bit covered in mud. But this is Anna's forte. These little banks, just keep riding where other people would jump off. This is what she's absolutely brilliant at.
So we're getting some replays of Anna Kay. And a lot of riders have just had to dab that on that section. Imogen Wolf, this was the early little dab from her.
I think because she's got a super high cadence, I think that's what helps Anna do these little technical sections, but also because she's quite small, so it helps her when she's moving around and has low centre of gravity and things like that. She takes really tight lines. She's got a history in mountain biking, and she takes really, really tight lines for cyclocross, which is where she can gain advantage over a traditional cross rider like Bramier, because she's able to cut up the inside and just be really annoying, for want of a better word, when she's in a group. But right now she's just leading this race entirely on her own, and she's got it covered. We're not allowed to say that. That happened to Brand at Zonhoven, so let's move on.
Yes, yeah, curse of the commentator in that one. It was one of those moments. But already on lap 2, Anna Kay building a really solid advantage here in our Elite Championship race for the Cyclo-cross Reds. If you are just joining our coverage today, welcome aboard. We are in the scenic Calendar Park here in Falkirk in Scotland for these national championships. And our leader, Anna Kay, just powering on here for the Cyclo-cross Reds team. And I think it showed a lot of confidence in the way she started her season this year with the, you know, focusing on the sort of national trophy races as well before heading over to Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, she's had 5 UCI wins in the UK this year, and that also gets you the points. That gets you 200 UCI points, which improves your gridding, which means that when you're then racing in Belgium, your gridding is better, giving you a better start, giving the opportunity to get better results. So, and there she goes, riding up that one as well that she wasn't quite able to ride up last lap. And you can see she's got this great acceleration. As soon as she gets over the lip of the bank, she's able to accelerate over it. And that's how she's capable of riding these things that other riders just struggle a little bit at the top and then have to put a foot down or jump off.
And another rider as well, Anna Kay, who's a former footballer as well before she discovered cycling, like the Femme Van Empels. Anna also started. She was quite a high level footballer herself.
Yeah, she is an athlete in character, for sure. She has the ability to push herself. She's very hardworking. She wants to learn. She wants to get better. There's always a little bit of Anna that just wants to keep growing. She's never satisfied with where she's at, and that's what takes a talented rider and makes them one of the better ones. And you know, you have the exceptional talents like the Baxters of the world, but then you have the rest of us that are, you know, working hard to get the results that we deserve. And she's one of those brilliant riders that's capable of that. And hopefully she can win this championships, and that can give her massive confidence going back into Europe for the next couple of World Cups. A race like Benidorm would really suit Anna Kay.
Yeah, definitely. That's coming up soon. There's your chasing group behind. So Imogen Wolf, Millie Cousins, Ella McLean-Howell up there as well. Nikki Bramier still within that shouting distance of that chasing group behind. 14.5 minutes of racing. Anna Kay just having to dismount on that little bank. This course, these very steep banks, they are a real feature of this Falkirk course. And it is delivering us great racing. And Anna Kay just building a really good advantage though here, Helen.
Yeah, she's riding a super strong race. She's just riding consistently. She's riding her own race. She's doing it her way. And that's what she needs to keep doing. And like I said, that group behind would have fought a little bit between themselves. They seem to have separated slightly now. Looking at Millie Cousins just trying to clear herself into second spot with Ella McLean-Howell in third from Hope Factory Racing. And the Cousins again is racing in Europe. She's getting that European experience. McLean-Howell has also been on a training camp in Calpe. She's done some European racing this year, but she won the last round of the National Trophy Series in Bradford last weekend. So she's only 19 years of age. This is her second elite race, and she would be currently the Millie Cousins is also under 23. So within this race, there's under 23 female category. Within a race, they don't get a jersey to wear, but they get a podium of their own. And so Kay's obviously older, not a lot, but she is older. And so the next two riders will be fighting for the under 23 title as well.
And Anna Kay has been a medalist at the under 23 World Championships and a medalist at European Championship level. She's had 3 medals in the national title races, silver in Gravesend at Cyclo Park and 2 times bronze medals. This is some battle emerging here between Millie Cousins and Ella McLean-Howell. And then our rider in black wearing number 34, who's not on our start list, and the live timing isn't opening, so we haven't been given who that is at the moment.
That's Grace Inglis. I have it on a different start list.
There we go. Yeah, that's Grace Inglis up there. Thanks, Helen.
Yeah, another strong rider. She's just come out of junior category.
Out of that bottom corner, Cousins, McLean-Howell, Inglis in there.
Oh, sorry,
in
she's
the
the older
black kit.
sister. My apologies. She's the older sister, but she hasn't got any results on this season, but she has in the past. In 2022, she was 8th here in the national trophy.
Okay, good to know. So up there, and again, this is the beauty of the national championships, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, she may be local, which is why she's decided to race, but her sister or relative of some description, Hope Inglis, is an under 23 in this race, who's also one of the favourites for the under 23 category. She's just 18 years of age, and she's the one that stepped up from juniors last year. And maybe, yeah, she's decided to race because, yeah, good on her. You don't, national championships are open to everyone, and if you have the ability to be top 10 in a national trophy, then you have the ability to be top 10 in the national championships as well. And she's showing right now that she's actually in contention for a podium spot, which is really cool to see.
This is a phenomenal ride, and that's what we love about a national championship. It's something that we always say. You've got your out-and-out favourites like your Anna Kays here, who we know at World Championship, European Championship level has been knocking on the door of this title since she first burst onto the scene in cyclocross. But for Grace Inglis to be up here and challenging, and Nikki Brammy is still within this top 10 as well. She's not far away from that group, but that is what national championships is all about.
Yeah, so Grace English is actually the Scottish national champion, and she is a mountain biker. She's done a lot of mountain biking, and because she's Scottish, it's the national championships in Scotland. That's when you get the likes of these riders coming in to give it a shot. And obviously, as a mountain biker, she would be much more, she would be focusing on training for that season rather than necessarily a cyclocross season, which is why we haven't seen any results from her in cyclocross. But clearly a strong rider, clearly has the skills, and Scottish champion.
Yeah, she had a good season last year. I've now found her. My apologies to anyone tuning in, but she wasn't on my start list, so always helpful. And our live timing isn't working at the moment either as well, so apologies for that. I can't give you a list of who is where. But that is, again, if you're a classy rider on the mountain bike as well, and dipping into these championships as well. Annie Last, a rider that was up here last year in silver medal position. Another rider that can drop in and out of mountain biking as well. And Millie Cousins here, who races for that Phoenix de Koenig team, is really carving out a strong career on the road as well within that team. This battle for the podium, they got the next group of riders behind. That battle for the podium is still a big group of riders behind Anna Kay.
It is, and that works to Anna's advantage because they will fight each other. They'll try and do things to make each other make mistakes. They'll try and attack each other, but then they'll slow up again as well. So yes, definitely it will help Anna. And the group behind makes for some really exciting battles, but they're not. The two behind them aren't that far off either. So if that group comes back together, that would be really tough for those riders. And I would expect Cousins to be able to make the difference to secure second spot. But anyone can make a mistake, and it should be a 50-minute race because there are no juniors in the race. However, it will probably be around 45 minutes because it's under 23s. It doesn't always work out how you expect it to work out. It should be closer to 50 minutes, whereas Imogen Wolf, the junior, is used to racing 40-minute races, and is 5 minutes a big difference in cross racing? Yes, it actually is a massive difference. Cousins is used to the 50-minute races because in elite women's World Cups, they are that distance. So it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for sure. It'll be a really exciting battle behind.
It will indeed. She had a busy season as well on the road last year, did Millie Cousins, with that Phoenix de Koenig team. Had a win on the road as well, and the Ilkley Grand Prix. Raced in the likes of the Baloise Ladies Tour. She raced in Tour de l'Avenir as well, which is one of the most important additions to the women's professional calendar, with that under 23 women's race, the first edition of the Tour de l'Avenir, won by Shirin Van Amroy. So it was good to see her up there in that one, racing for arguably one of the most exciting teams on the scene at the moment, Phoenix de Koenig. They had a great Tour de France Femme avec Zwift last summer. Millie Cousins just moving up, and I think for me, Nikki Bramier is not far from this group as well. And Millie Cousins' teammate Yara Castelline, I was looking on Nikki's Instagram yesterday, and she was saying in herself, you know, a night away from her family and her kids to come in and race these national championships as well. And Tour de France stage winner Yara Castelline just posted the loveliest post on Nikki's Instagram yesterday, just saying, "Oh, I'm so happy to see you back. You were such an inspiration to me when I first started racing," which I just thought was such a great moment from someone that's now a Tour de France stage winner.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Castelline was really young when she first came onto the elite scene. She was 16, and obviously at that age, people can be really influential in your career and the making of you as a racer. And not just ones from your country. I mean, she had plenty of inspiration from the other Dutch riders, but you know, different. Sometimes you have these out-and-out talents like Marianne Vos at the time, who would have been winning everything, and yet you see these lesser-known nations like Britain come through with strong riders that are capable of taking the opportunity to win races, and that can be just as inspiring as I mean, Vos is a fantastic champion, but it can be just as inspiring as seeing a world champion. You can get inspired by other riders around you, which is why it's so important that we have that television coverage for women's cyclocross now, because that's how everybody gets to see that, and they get to see gutsy performances and things like this. You know, we're watching the national championships right now. Ella McLean-Howell has gone to the front of the race. She's ahead of Grace Inglis, and Millie Cousins is in third. And I mean, Grace Inglis, how inspiring is that for a Scottish rider to see a mountain biker come into the national championships? She's a Scottish cross champion, but she's still a mountain biker out and out, to come in and be up there fighting for a podium spot at a national championships in her own country.
Yeah, it's massive. And she's riding in essentially as well, plain kit. People will be scrabbling for the signature, I think, after this one, if she manages to take a medal in this one. The end of lap 3, and Anna Kay leading through 25, just over 25 minutes of racing so far. If you're just jumping into our coverage today, welcome aboard. It is our elite and under 23 female category race, and it is Anna Kay of the Cyclo-cross Reds. We were talking about that Phoenix de Koenig team. The Cyclo-cross Reds, of course, are part of that Roodhooft Brothers setup. And Anna Kay, out during the season, whether they're on the mountain bikes, whether they're on the road, they all come together in the road season under that banner of Phoenix de Koenig, and then the team just split them out into these various smaller sponsored teams. The likes of Millie Cousins stay within that Phoenix de Koenig colours, and Anna dips onto the road. She also races on the mountain bike in the summer as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's important in cyclocross to use your summer training, and you can't just train to create fitness. You also have to do some racing, and road racing is fantastic for that. Particularly stage racing is very helpful for cyclocross riders. Sounds ridiculous. I'm going to see a lovely shot of Anna jumping the barriers here. She's absolutely brilliant at it. She was one of the first in televised racing to be jumping the barriers, and that's really cool to see. But yeah, I mean, it sounds silly because stage racing seems like massive endurance, whereas obviously cyclocross is very short. But you need to build massive endurance in order to perform at a 200 heart rate for 50 minutes. So it's an incredibly intense discipline, cyclocross, but you still need the endurance to allow your body to perform at such a high intensity for a short time. But 50 minutes is long enough, I assure you.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know from experience. When we look back last year, our top 10 in Westmoreland was Zoe Backstead, Annie Last, Ella McLean-Howell was a bronze medalist last year, Zan Chris, Christina Vijak, Ruby James, Kate Eady, Fionn Gilbert, Isabel Strategy, and Sophie Thackeray. If you look back through the last few years of this championship race, as I said, last year it was Zoe Backstead in Crawley. The year before it was another mudfest in that one, with Harriet Harnden taking that. No race 2021 in Shrewsbury. Harriet Harnden taking that back to the Cyclo-Park in 2019. Nikki Bramier in 2018. Out in the spring, Helen Wyman won that one. That was the 10th of those 10 titles for Helen Wyman. Nikki Bramier the 2 years before that in Bradford and Shrewsbury, and Abergavenny and Derby the 2 seasons before that for you, Helen. But I mean, Anna Kay, as a rider who out here in front, I mean, I remember, you know, we go back to when she sort of first came onto the scene racing for Story Racing. She was out in those what is now the Exact cross series, and you know, I remember being Jeremy Powers having an absolute meltdown when Anna was hopping the barriers in that one. We go back to our chasing group, and Grace Inglis is just doing the ride of her life here in these national championships today.
And she is, and she's also riding the Hook CC bikes, who are the main title sponsor of this event. So obviously that's another important factor that's driving her on in this event. And yeah, I mean, all they rate there, it's fantastic. They're from Peebles in Scotland, so they're not far from here, and for them to be able to support this event is brilliant, and for their riders to be up there fighting for a podium spot is absolutely brilliant, and shows how great the bikes are as well.
They are. Hup hup, based on that, isn't it? You hear that around Cyclo-cross all the time, and that's where it gets its name. Anna Kay, our leader, putting in the performance that we've kind of in a national championship race. As you said, she's got so close. She was bronze medalist as an under-23 back in 2018, and then second in Gravesend and 2 times third. It's just now about stringing together these final couple of laps here for Anna Kay.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty devastated for her in Gravesend. She was really, really strong, and she didn't know. So sometimes in racing, you're put in a position and you feel it, you know it, and you have this muscle memory that, okay, if I do this might happen, and that sometimes holds you back. And she didn't know she was good enough to win, but I think she was good enough to win. But she dropped her chain, and the chain jumped off. Dropped her bike, the chain jumped off, and it got stuck in the middle. So she actually came back. She got dropped by Nikki because of that, and she came back to me, and we were racing together for the second spot, and then she did exactly what I told her to do to me, instead of me telling her to do it to Nikki. And but I think she was good enough to win that, and it was just bad opportunity. You never know what's going to happen. Nikki was super strong. She deserved that victory, and obviously, you know, you make your own luck. Dropping your bike is something that you can avoid doing because you can avoid doing it yourself. But at the same time, that would have been such an amazing race to see, and that could have given her confidence to take into the next years. Equally, Harriet Harnden in mud is almost impossible to beat. So, you know, it just takes time, doesn't it, for everything to align, and that's when you take your opportunity. And everything has aligned today perfectly for her so far, and this is her saying, yeah, look, I am deserving of this national title, and I'm going to win this, and I'm going to win it properly to prove that I am deserving of this national title.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. It's exactly what I was about to say in terms of all the planets in the universe just aligning on the day for a certain rider. And you just never know in terms of, you know, if she'd won that title there. And she's been a medalist in the under-23 World Championships in Dubendorf. She's medaled at the Europeans as well. And with that came a lot of pressure, didn't it? There was a lot of expectation, especially when you're in that kind of real sort of melting pot of televised Belgian races. As I said, we first saw her coming through and taking, you know, elite podium. She's been on the podium in a World Cup in the past as well, and you have to sometimes everything. She's still only 24, and that's the thing about Anna Kay, is that, you know, like we mentioned about Yara Castelline being so young when she burst onto the scene, and Zoe Backstead coming through at sort of 18 and winning the national title, and what she's doing at 19 now in World Cups. And for Anna Kay, it sort of seems that she's sort of found her way and found her sort of her groove again this season, taking that podium in Koppenberg as well that she didn't expect. And now she goes through with 2 laps to go, and the Cyclo-cross Reds rider, phenomenal ride here from Anna Kay. It's now, Helen, about just, keeping that concentration over the final couple of laps here.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Anna had a fantastic season in 2019-20. She had a World Cup podium down in Switzerland. She was absolutely flying. And she was just, I don't know, the focus was really there. It was a bit different, but it was really, really there. And she had the first race of the season, she actually got onto the podium, the first race in Belgium. And she just grew and grew in confidence from there. And she had a few setbacks. She's broken a collarbone in the last couple of years, and that never helps. Going into change bikes now, probably because the tyres are getting a little bit muddy. She's got a massive advantage. There's no loss in time changing bikes, and it's nice to have a fresh bike and fresh grip on those tyres. And she's kind of the sport has moved on significantly in the last since COVID, basically, since the likes of Van Empel and Peters have come to the front of the sport. And in the past, you had to be fast. She's a brilliant starter as well, which is really helpful in European cross, but you have to be incredibly fast for the first lap and a half, and then the race settled down. And now we're talking 2.5 laps for that race to settle down. And so you have to adjust your training in order to be able to do that. And that takes another season, because you can't adjust your training during the season. So you have to then plan and go away. And in the summer, as soon as you start back on your bike in March, you have to start thinking about the next season. So that takes another year to catch up. But I've never worked with anyone who works as hard as Anna Kay does. She does everything. She does all her core stability. She does all the stretching. She does all the work which she's told, if not a little too much more. But I honestly, I've never met anyone that has that kind of work ethic. And so she absolutely deserves to take this title. And like I said, she's deserved it before now, but everything has to align.
Definitely, and I think her ride in Koppenberg was, I mean, she's such a great, she's got such a great personality as well. She's such a popular rider in the top flight of cyclocross. And that ride in Koppenberg to take the podium, and I think it was the funniest part of the, as you were saying about your podium bag, and she finished, and the interview, she was like, I didn't even bring trainers or dry socks for the podium for that one after that ride. And that was one of that was such a tough edition of the Koppenberg cross.
Yeah, that was a brilliant result. She did a really great ride. She's a great little climber, so for her it's like it was a really good day. And any position on the podium in Koppenberg is incredibly good. Against that level of rider is just insanely good. So yeah, she had a brilliant ride. And they say that the Newcastle accent is the most warming in the country, isn't it, or something? So it must be that that makes her. But she's just friendly and gets on with it, and doesn't. She's just a nice young lady.
And she's going to get the bell when she comes round this time. We're looking at our chasers. Ella McLean-Howell looking to go one better than last year. Looks like is in this silver medal position, but just comes to a complete halt there. That might allow Millie Cousins behind her, and Grace Inglis, who is in that background. Can Inglis take a medal in this one? We go back to our leader, and we can't underestimate the national champs jersey within this. As I said, the Cyclo-cross Reds colours that Anna Kay races in Cyclo-cross, within that Roodhoff Brothers program, within Phoenix de Koenig, but also as a national champion, given the success that she's had in Belgium and the podiums at World Championships. When she goes back to the big televised races in Belgium as well, this national title will, as you know, having worn it for 10 years, it is going to elevate Anna to another level, especially when you look at that season that she's had with podiums in Copperberg?
I think it will. I think it adds a little bit to your prize money. McLean Howler just had a clear run of that section. She clearly made just a little mistake on the other one, bobbled, and it was a pretty slow dismount, but is back on it again and focused. Sometimes a little instant like that makes you think, okay, ride the right line, go over to the left, got to go right, change the gear, those kind of things. I think it's starting to get a tiny bit slicker. You're seeing Anna struggle to ride a couple of sections, which she was brilliant at before. So I think that as the sun kind of warms up certain areas, you'll see a little bit slicker in places. But yes, I've totally forgotten your question, Marty.
I was just saying in terms of the prestige around this national title for Anna in Belgium.
Yes, winning nationals is huge in Belgium because you get to wear that jersey every week. That's a noticeable jersey. It's something you can pick out. When we're doing the commentary on the UCI racing in Belgium, you can pick that out of anything. And it's always nice when a rider that races in Europe wins the title, because they showcase that jersey and you feel proud as a British spectator watching the race. You feel proud to know that rider's there racing. It does also bring a little bit more start money, not as much as say winning the Belgian or Dutch national championships does, but when you're in a team like the Rudolph brothers, they can barter for a little bit more start money for you, because a championship jersey is what the race organisers want in their events. I think it is important. I think it does make a difference for sure.
And for cyclocross reds, because they go into the elite open race with Cameron Mason, and in that it could be a big day out for cyclocross reds here.
It could be a huge day out. Yeah, winning both elite titles in the UK. I can't see them winning any other titles. Anne-Marie Worst is strong, but she's up against the likes of Van Empel and Peters in the Dutch national championships, and Brand. And the Dutch national championships for women is basically a world championships. But yeah, pretty much. So yeah, this could be their major results of the weekend.
Yeah, it's like the national championships of Flanders and the Netherlands a lot of the time. Anna Kay on the wall for the penultimate time. She's going to get the bell when she comes round this time. Lap 5 of 6 here in the elite and under 23 female race. We've got 19-year-old Ella McLean Howell in second, who is our first under 23 rider as well, doing a great ride. She was bronze medalist in these championships last year, and just coming into your picture now. And we'll try and get them to focus in a little bit on our bronze medalists and the battle for the bronze. Anna Kay is going to get the bell this time. One lap now between Anna Kay, multiple time medalist in these championships, and that first big elite British championship title. As we go back to Millie Cousins and Grace Inglis in the black, who's as well as Anna Kay's ride at the front. We have to put the outstanding ride here of Grace Inglis kind of into perspective here, battling for a medal in this one, the Scottish mountain biker.
Yeah, brilliant performance. And not to race against these riders the entire season and then to come to the championships, and it shows the confidence you have in your skills and your ability to know that you're capable. She's raced cross, obviously, but not at the UCI level, whereas all of these other races, Cousins, this year, Cousins has had some really solid results. She's racing week in, week out in the European races. She's learning from them. She's growing from them. They're making her stronger. And yet Grace Inglis has come into this race, and she is really fighting for that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, Liam Colleen is, of course, a great example of someone that used to come in and drop in and challenge. Great, incredible mountain biker, Liam Colleen. And he always was very, very good in cyclocross, but he would kind of almost drop into a national championship sometimes, didn't he?
He always rode a trophy before, though. He would always ride one trophy race. We're going to watch Anna take. That was just a bike change that she did last year. Super smooth. Last lap, sorry, super smooth. Yeah, he's and he was an Olympic level mountain biker. He was like the best in our country for mountain biking in his era, and he still made sure that he did a national series event um,
Just one.
before he raced nationals. Yeah, normally he did a lot of local league racing, and they're from Malvern, aren't they? And that's where Evie Richards is from, and Harriet Hunt and Tracy Mosley, and it's just in their water there.
Yeah, definitely in their DNA in that part of the world. It has been a phenomenal ride today from Anna Kay. The final lap, if you are just jumping into our coverage, this is our penultimate race of the day, and you've got to say it's a ride here today that many fans of cyclocross have been waiting for some time. And I think for me, I don't know if you, I'm sure it is for you as well, it's the confidence, the way Anna Kay has approached this one today. As you said, Helen, in the past has maybe sat back and waited, and she just took this on right from the gun. From that first climb when Imogen Wolf launched it out of the start and up that first climb, you saw straight away Anna Kay's intention, and hopefully she'll take from this. And it is different when you get into a field of of the Van Empels and the Lucinda Brands and those sort of riders, and I hope that she'll take away the confidence as well in herself in the way that she's approached this championship today.
I hope so. I really do. I think she's capable of even better things than she's shown so far in her career, and so I hope that winning the title gives her even more confidence in what she's doing. Like I said, she works incredibly hard, and she has great talent, and when the two work out, and she's really struggling on this section, Ella is. And she really needs to try and move that line over to the side. But then, if you don't race a lot of cross races in the season, you're not refreshing those skills. Yeah, I think for Anna, I think it will, if nothing else, it will give her confidence next year, the next national championships. But I think more importantly, it will keep her motivated during the summer. It's a huge motivation to take that jersey into other races around the world. And I mean, Cyclo-cross Reds are a professional team, so they'll have a jersey already ready for her, and she'll be able to race that next weekend at the next races. And that's that just gives you a buzz. The first time you put that kit on, the first time you're pinning that number, it's not really wearing it, you don't see it, but when you're pinning that number onto your kit in your camper van before the race, you just get this extra release of endorphins, and I think that helps you. It definitely helps you motivate yourself even more for certain races when you know you're good.
It's such a big, and I love how quickly teams can get a national champs kit together for a rider. Ella McLean-Howe, we're almost seeing a little bit of that sort of fatigue creeping into the 19-year-old rider behind, and that's there's sort of just those small, tiny little errors that are just creeping in on some of those banks. And Ella McLean-Howe in silver medal position as well is another rider. We saw her last year. She, 2 years ago now, isn't it? Not last year, before. Another rider that's performed well in that Koppenberg race, taking a 10th place in one of her appearances as well. And when you look at that, and she's only 19. Ella McLean-Howe behind has got a really big future ahead of her. And this is such a great position for Anna Kay to be in, to be able to just keep everything nice and controlled on this final lap with the advantage that she's got over Ella McLean-Howe.
Yeah, she's got a really big advantage for this level, this kind of course where it's very fast, not bumpy, not muddy. So, if you make a mistake, you've got time to come back from it. And Anna's just comfortable at this point. She doesn't need to go into the red. She's winning. She's got probably a couple of minutes left of racing. She doesn't need to make mistakes. She doesn't need to push the boundaries of what her bike's capable of. She just needs to ride super smooth like she is and finish it off and complete it. And yeah, I mean, teams have jerseys ready I didn't actually know when the last year that I won nationals. Steph had actually got one printed for me because there's a race the next day in Belgium that's a really famous race, and Otterhem, and it's a weird race, but it's like a Grand Prix match. And so we were racing. So if you won nationals, you had to have the right jersey, and I hadn't been champion with the sponsors that I had at the time. That was the year after I broke my collarbone, so I didn't race nationals that year. And yeah, so after I won, he just brought it out the camper and he's like, "Here you go." How did you sneak that in without me knowing? But yeah, I mean, the teams know. They know when a rider has the potential to win, and they make sure that the jersey is ready. And at worst, it's ready for the following weekend's races.
Anna Kay conquers the wall for the final time here at Calendar Park. And this has been an absolute textbook championship ride here for the Cyclo-cross Reds rider. And she has got so close on a number of occasions in the national championships, seconds and thirds. But the day belongs finally to Anna Kay in these elite championships. She will take the gold medal and with it that prestigious British champions jersey. Anna Kay is your champion. Take a bow. Absolutely phenomenal performance today for Anna Kay, and a really, really great rider to follow Zoe Backstead with that British title. And there, Helen shows just how much finally taking this title means to Anna Kay.
Yeah, she's given a hug there to her dad, Bill, who also races. And it is emotional. Winning your first title is really emotional. You've spent so much time trying to get everything right on the day. And like I say, it doesn't always align. And when your opportunity comes and you take it, it means the absolute world to you, because it's years and years in the making. It's not just, a few months.
Ella McLean-Howe goes from third last year to second this year. Real talent in Ella McLean-Howe. You got to think back to her fourth in the World Junior Cross Championships in Fayetteville. Great performance there. That is a big performance as a 19-year-old. And one of the rides of the day in third place, Grace Inglis. What a performance in that ride. The rider in black there coming home for a medal. What a ride.
Wow, absolutely brilliant, and so great for her and for Scotland. And it shows what having a race in the Scottish, having your national championships in Scotland means to those local riders. And if it wasn't there, there's no way she would have turned up and taken bronze medal at these championships. Brilliant ride by Grace Inglis.
I hope she stays with it now. Millie Cousins comes home, it looks like, for fourth place there. There was a real battle for those positions behind. Nikki Bramier home, and a big hug from Nikki Bramier for Anna Kay. Looks like Nikki Bramier has finished there in fifth place. Great ride from the four-time champion.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when you see things like that, because you see Nikki just say, "Oh, hello," like that. That's the pit crew who's worked in Belgium my entire career, and we know them. And so suddenly you're like, "What are you doing in England?" And that just shows the history in the sport from a rider like Nikki Bramier.
Oh, there won't be a dry eye in cyclocross, I think, after this one. I think everyone's going to be delighted with this one. As we said, she's such a popular rider. She's got so close on a number of occasions, and world championship medals and, World Cup podiums and big podiums. But this is a big moment that we've been waiting for since the start of Anna Kay's cyclocross career.
Yeah, brilliant result. She'll always be a national champion. She'll get that nice cup that's it's really old. I think it's like, I guess it would be 24 or 25 years old now. And your name goes alongside those historic names like Louise Robinson, Isla Roundtree. I think Caroline Alexander's on there, she was an Olympic mountain biker as well. There's just Harriet. The recent ones like Evie Richards, who was a world champion under 23 and elite. Those kind of elite mountain bike champions. Sorry, and those kind of names alongside, and your name goes alongside it, and that's cool. That's very, very cool.
And there you have it. That shows just how much it means to Anna Kay to take this title, and a kind of a reinforcement of the big talent that we know Anna Kay is in cyclocross, and she will wear that jersey proudly around the world. Will Anna Kay? It's been a busy day so far. We are 3 races down, and we have 1 race to go. It was Oscar Ramey who started the Danish Junior Open ahead of Sebastian Grindley and Alfie May taking the bronze medal in that one. Innes McDonald's, Lewis Tinsley, Alex Hart, Luke Gibson, Joel Hurt, and Mac Larkin there. Your top 9 riders in the Junior Open. Kat Ferguson taking the junior female title ahead of Alice Colling and Esther Wong, with Arabella Blackburn and Ellie Mitchinson in 4th and 5th. But our gold medal here in the elite female race goes to Anna Kay. And of course, Ella McLean-Howell is our U23 champion, Helen.
Yep, taking that ahead of Millie Cousins, who would be in 2nd spot. And I don't think we're able to see who's in 3rd just yet. But yeah, and I mean, it's still you are a national under-23 champion, even though they don't award you a jersey. And for the female and the open category, it's exactly the same, because the under-23 race is within an elite race. You cannot hand out a separate jersey. So there are actually very few countries that run an under-23 men or women's race. Probably Belgium and Holland were the only ones that really come to mind. Most of the others combine the category, and it's combined a lot in cyclocross. And the UCI rule is that if you combine a category, you can only award 1 jersey for the championships. I mean, we've seen in the past, like Zoe Bax did last year, was 18, I think, and she took home the elite jersey, and she would have taken home the under-23 jersey as well if there was one. But yeah, it's not. For the women, it doesn't really matter, because there isn't a place for them to wear it. They can wear it. No, they can't wear it anywhere. There's nowhere that they could wear a national championship jersey.
And that is our program. So 1:15 local time is our under-23 and elite open race with the likes of Cameron Mason and Thomas Mean. I think we're going to hear from Oscar Ramey.
Right. So Oscar, congratulations on the junior national title. It was a great battle between you and Seb. What was the difference today?
Well, at the start of the race, it was all like quite together. I think Alfie made a mistake going up the wall a few laps in, and me and Seb managed to get away, and we were kind of attacking each other most of the race. Just on that last lap, I attacked just after the boards and managed to get away through the technical section and held it to a finish.
Obviously, you know, you win family bragging rights too.
Yeah.
Well, Alfie as well. Was there a bit of family tactics in there to kind of try and tire Seb out, or was it just ride your own race?
I mean, I tried to, after he made that mistake on the wall, I tried to wait for him a bit, but Seb attacked on that section anyway, so I didn't really have the chance to let him catch up, so it didn't really work very well. But yeah.
It's been a brilliant season for you. You've won the national trophy, and you now round it off with the national championship. Where did you go from here? Is it Worlds next, or?
Yeah, well, I think Worlds, and then maybe one more World Cup as well in Netherlands, and then be about the end of the season, won't it?
Well, it was a fantastic ride today. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you.
So how often do you think about the Roman Empire? Every week? Every day? Every year? Maybe even every hour? Well, the riders are going to be thinking about it every lap today, and let me show you why. This is Antonine's Wall. It was built in 142 AD to keep out the Celtic invaders from the Roman Empire. It's the final frontier of Rome to the barbarians. But today it's going to be the final frontier for riders trying to win a national title. And let me show you why. They come into a really, really tight bend here, off camber. This scrubs off all the speed. As we can just follow this rider here, they're going to go up this really steep banking, up the hill. They're going to have to dismount, run up. That's a very perfect example of how to do it. And try to remount all in a very quick succession. And it froze overnight, so the ground's hard, but it's starting to thaw out now. So the riders are turning it up as they can just about see the foothills that are getting put in. So by the time we come to the open races later today, it's going to be absolute carnage. It's definitely one to look out for, and whoever succeeds in getting the national title will have had to deal with this every time.
Does it feel to take the national title?
Yeah, thank you very much. It feels great. Not won a cross national title in about 2 years now. Suffered a bit last year with illness, so to come away with titles today is really special.
And what was your game plan coming in today? What did you have planned here at Falkirk?
Quite a challenging course physically and technically, so I wanted to just lead from the start and see what gap I could get in, just extend it throughout the race. Therefore I can ride my own race and ride technical sections how I want to ride, so yeah, it worked well.
And at the end there, you had almost a 4-minute lead, and on that last lap, you took another minute. What was your thoughts going into that final lap?
Yeah, that final lap was just enjoyment, like taking in the crowd, so many people out there supporting me today, and yeah, really just grateful.
And obviously you've got a big year coming up on the road as well. How are you feeling for this season?
I'm so excited. My last year as a junior, I achieved so much last year, so much I didn't expect, but yeah, definitely want to build on it from last year and come away with some more titles, hopefully.
Amazing, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So Anna, congratulations, national title today. How does it feel to have taken that?
Yeah, I still don't believe it. It's my first elite title in any discipline, so I'm quite happy.
Yeah, and you were storming from the start today. What was sort of your game plan coming into the race?
To be honest, my game plan was just to kind of let some of the riders ride off. I knew it was going to be fast. And yeah, I just thought follow the wheels, see what the lines are like, because I thought the course would have changed. But yeah, I felt good on the first lap now, so I just thought, yeah, why not? Just go.
Yeah, and Falkirk is such a great course. How did you find it out there today, especially with the crowd backing you?
Yeah, it's nice because it's all really compact, so everyone can see everything. So it's good for spectators, but then it's good for us because we'll get support everywhere, so it was good.
Definitely, and a big year coming up, Worlds just around the corner. How are you feeling ahead of that?
Yeah, good. I mean, Worlds is a good course. It's hilly. I've rode it quite a few times, so that should be a nice one. Yeah, so good.
Amazing, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cool. So Ella, congratulations today, taking the under-23 title. How does it feel to have done that?
Really nice, because it was like such a hard race and I had to like dig in really hard on those last 2 laps. So it was super nice to come second and like behind Anna Kay as well. He's like one of the strongest in Britain and, well, obviously strongest in Britain, but strongest in the world as well, so it felt really good.
And on that last lap when you were really chasing, how were you feeling? What was going through your head?
It was really, like, I was confident that I could just hold the gap because I'd managed to get quite a decent gap before that last lap, but you know, with those banks, if you mess it up, you can lose like 20 seconds. So I was just like concentrated on getting it technically right, and I knew if I just kept on like nailing those lines and just keeping the pace the rest of the time, I was safe.
Definitely. And what's the crowd been like today, and the Scottish fans cheering you on?
So good. Like, this is one of the best national like championships we've had, I think. Like, it's a nice day and there's so many people out here, and it's really good because, you know, to have the support on the course really like pushes you on, so it was really nice.
Definitely, and it's a big year this year, and we've got the Worlds coming up. How are you feeling ahead of that?
Well, I'm not sure if I'll be going yet, but I'll see how. I don't know. I'll see how it goes, like with my calendar and stuff, because I'm focusing on mountain bike quite a lot. But yeah, if it happens, then I'll be excited. But we'll see how it goes.
Amazing! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cool.
Hello, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. Our final race of the day for the under-23 and Elite Open race. And the big question is, can the defending champion Cameron Mason defend that title and follow teammate Anna Kay, who took her first Elite British Championship title ahead of Ella McLean-Howe? It was also our first under-23. And one of the rides of the day, you've got to say, from Grace Inglis up there in third, the Scottish mountain biker. Millie Cousins, Nikki Bramier, the former four-time national champion. Good to see Nikki Bramier back there in fifth. Alderney Baker, Imogen Wolf, Eleanor Dane, Hope Inglis, the first 9 riders in the Elite and under-23 female category. This is the start list for the Elite and under-23 Open. Cameron Mason here to defend that title. This is his home course. Thomas Main, Toby Barnes, Daniel Barnes, watch out for them. Ben Chilton, Oliver Akers, Simon Wiley, Jensen Young. And then the likes there, former champion Grant Ferguson, there wearing 16. Lewis Askey, got to be a rider that we will keep an eye on in this race today. Ben Askey as well. But the big question, Helen, is can Cameron Mason defend this title? He's had a phenomenal season so far. He's been one of the revelations internationally this year, Cameron Mason.
Oh, he's been absolutely incredible. We've had the privilege of commentating about some of his impressive results, and I think he is the clear favourite. I think when it comes to national championships, being the clear favourite and proving you're the clear favourite are two different things. However, his results speak for themselves. He was second at the European Championships, and I mean, that event was insanely tough, and we've never seen a Pontchâteau that muddy, and he just competed against all those Belgians who were working as a team together, and he just kept riding away from them. And I mean, if he has that level of form at this national championships, he'll be unstoppable. But we can't forget Thomas Main, a brilliant national champion himself in the past, still only 24 years old. He's had 7 UCI wins this season in the UK. He won the Hope Supercross Series. He's the National Trophy Series winner. He was 11th in Lunaut recently. I mean, yeah, he's a super strong rider too, and you can't discredit him, and he will be the main competition, I would say.
We're green, we're off and racing. Away we go. Thomas Mean in the green and black of Hope Tech Factory Racing. Cameron Mason just getting shuffled back. You're watching out for him in that red kit of the Cyclo-cross Reds. And it is a tough start here in Falkirk on this. We have this little start loop that they do, but it definitely shuffles the pack.
Yeah, you go straight into a hill. That's probably quite good for Cam. He's not notoriously great at his starts, but it means that it's really tough moving up. And the rest of the riders there, you can see Cam's in about 8th place at the minute. And the rest of the riders just want to take this race on because they know he's the rider that they want to beat. And so they have to take it to him from the gun because that's where he's not so strong in the starts as a lot of other riders are.
But we know what he does when he starts to come through.
If you want to know what it looks like at the start of a national trophy race in the UK, Alex Briggs actually has a video from Cyclo-cross, and he tried to lead the race, and so he went from about 4th or 5th line, line on the grid, to the front of the race, and it's a crazy video. It's absolutely worth a watch.
So we come round at the end of our start loop. And you can just see in the red there, moving up, and that little lull there will help Cameron Mason just try and move up. You can see him just on the outside. Thomas Mean in that green and black colours, another rider so strong internationally is Thomas Mean. But we will have the coverage in its entirety for you here, and a tough course that we've got around Calendar Park. And up and down this bank, it's been a great course so far today, and a good pack of riders that we've got here on this opening loop. And the conditions, we've had really heavy muddy conditions over the last couple of championship years.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see a fast race again. It's been a while. Watching the replay again at the start. It's been a while since we've had a faster national championships, probably 2019, I'd say. Cross is dependent on the weather. You can't say I'd like a fast championships. If this had 3 weeks of rain like the last year's championships did, then it would be a completely different story. So, I mean, it makes for exciting racing but we do know that this course is really tough, and we have seen quite individual racing in the other categories apart from the
So this first up and down the bomb hole. So Dan Barnes, you can hear riders, fans getting behind him. And this open lap, it is a long race, this one, but good to see riders taking it on from the start here.
I think in this kind of championships, you've got to take it on to Cam Mason. There's a lot of riders together. There's a couple of Ribble Verge riders. There's a couple of Hope riders. It's really important that you try and use your teammates to take this on, because, like we say, we know Cam's the strongest. In second right now, you can see Thomas Maines is up there, and we know he knows how to finish off a race, and we know he knows how to peak for an event. So you've got to make it hard for Cam when he doesn't have a great start, and hope that he uses up some energy to try and come back to you, which makes it slightly fairer towards the end of the race.
Corin Carrick Anderson, the rider leading out, and nice little hop that he did at the top of that bank there to keep his grip and keep his momentum.
Yeah, it's a really nice line cutting across, but when there's a lot of riders in the first couple of laps, it's much harder to cut across the line because there'll be a rider in your way. So it's actually a really nice line to use.
So wearing number 15, there's Thomas Mean just going through. And then should be Toby Barnes going through next. It is. Toby Barnes up there in third. Cameron Mason's got to be very careful here of letting Thomas Mean get too much of a gap on him early on there.
I think he has, absolutely, in a fast race. I think he has. Thomas Mean, we know, is incredibly strong rider, and he's a very, very good fast finisher. And in the Junior World Cup Series, went a few years ago now, but and under 23 World Cup Series, he was absolutely brilliant on a fast race like Table, where you had a downhill into a finish, which is what we have now. I mean, the finish line itself isn't really long enough to perform a sprint, but that shows how good he is at holding a wheel, how good he is at riding in these really super fast conditions.
So a bit of a gap back to our next rider on the course. We'll just have a glance across here, just see if we can get a glimpse of where our defending champion is. But Corin Carrick Anderson here has had a phenomenal start at the rider at the front.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing the red kit in the background there as we look up at the next line, but Maine is not happy with it. He thinks it's not fast enough, and he's obviously seen where Cam Mason is, and now he's going to try and put a really solid lap in and see if he can make a big advantage again. And going into that bank, because he went in front, he was really good up the hill. He was able to ride his line, and the rider in second is having to put a lot of effort in to come back to him now.
He's traditionally a very good starter, though, isn't he, Thomas Mean?
He's really fast, yeah. He's got a lot of fast fibres. He's a fast starter, he's great at fast courses, and he's a fast finisher. So the mud courses, obviously, he's also shown he's good at. You know, he's from the northeast of England. It's not exactly known to be dry up there. And so he's good at that too, but he just seems to be he seems to thrive in super faster conditions. Cam Mason's now moved up into fifth spot. We can see him there. Just ahead of Simon Wiley, number 8.
You can hear the crowd getting behind Thomas Mean at the front. And we head on this course in Callender Park. Great to see so many people coming out and celebrating a festival of cyclo-cross here in Scotland. These championships in Scotland for the first time. Thomas Mean, Corin Carrick Anderson, Toby Barnes, our 3 leaders as we head towards the wall. And it's not just affectionately been given this title for this race. This wall dates back to AD 142. The Antonine Wall, it's called. It was the northernmost part of the Roman Empire. So we've kind of adopted that name here for the National Championship Cyclo-cross, but a lot of history. And our riders making their own here today.
Well, yeah, maybe they should have got the likes of Thomas Main as a marauding barbarian, because he just did that amazingly well up that wheel. Well, he's a good runner, we know that, but he picked some beautiful lines. He's got long legs, and he just completely smashed it. That's the cleanest we've seen anyone run up that wall so far today.
Yeah, he definitely has the mystique and the presence of a marauding barbarian, does Thomas Main.
He's also incredibly quietly confident in his ability. He always seems to come out and bring the best of him to something like a championship, and he's never outwardly expecting a very good result, but internally he must be really confident in the way that he's riding. I think he's a rider that takes a lot of confidence from his training, and I know he will be peaking for this event. You get to wear the jersey the whole year, so it's something that he'll want to take again, and he's really making Cam work hard at this point. And yeah, Cam Mason's moved up into third, but that doesn't mean anything at this point.
Not at all. Let's have a little replay of some of our first lap images. If you are just getting on board with our coverage, welcome. It is the Elite Open and Under 23 Open race, and it is Thomas Main that is leading. The winner in Crawley in 2022. He already knows what it takes to win this title. In Westmoreland last year, it was Cameron Mason. No race in 2021. Tom Pidcock back-to-back wins in 2019 and 2020. Grant Ferguson in 2018 taking the race. Ian Field in Bradford in 2017. Liam Colleen in Shrewsbury in 2016. Ian Field in Abergavenny and Derby in 2015, 2014. Many of his multiple titles. Cameron Mason there in the red. Some work to do to come back up towards the front of this championship race here. And Thomas Main doing exactly the right thing.
Yeah, he is nearly there at this point. He's getting a lot closer. Closing a gap when it's a fast course is much harder to do. The gaps always look less than they actually are on a fast course, but I mean, he's coming up to the front now. But Main's put himself in a solid position. When Mason comes up to him, he can make Mason go ahead of him. He can make him do some work, get a little bit of recovery, and then see what happens next. But I think Mason is going to make the catch on this lap.
We know what he can do, and he said himself recently in interviews that he knows that his start's not the best, and it's something that he's having to work on. And it is a good, he's still a developing rider, Cameron Mason, and it's good still to have those things that he needs to work on. He's still only 23, and as you said, he's been one of the revelations of the cyclocross season so far. That second place that he had in Hullerheim, that second place that he had in Bohm as well. I know how much you loved commentating on that race there.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. He was like 6 to 7 seconds behind Joris Nieuwenhuis the entire race, and you just felt you needed him to catch him, but they were both riding as hard as they could, and neither could make inroads or lose any time. And it was a brilliant performance. I mean, it's tough because when you ride a national championships, we said this in the other races, it's very different to when you're racing in Europe. When you're racing in Europe, there's a carrot that's taking you away quite often. I mean, Cam's starts are probably more obvious in European racing, but today we saw that he was probably about 8th or 10th going up that hill. When you start on the front row against riders that would be nowhere near you at the finish, you kind of think, yeah, you definitely need to work on that. And he understands that, and they are. So there's not really much more you can say about that. But when you're in a European race, even if you have a bad start, the rest of the field are still super fast, and they do have really good line choices. Whereas when you might have a bad start in a national championships, you might be around a lot of riders that you're not used to racing against. And we've actually seen this year riders Belgian riders change their line choices in muddy courses because they've watched Cameron's line choices, which is amazing to be able to say that, because we're not the Belgians. And the Belgians basically own cyclocross, and they always believe that they're the best. And yet now, because we've got the likes of Peacock and now Cam Mason, they're actually thinking, okay, well, they are good riders. So what are they doing different in these mud races? And some of Cam's lines are absolutely beautiful in super muddy races. So yes, he needs to improve his start. Equally, Thomas Main is a fantastic starter and super fast and really good on these fast courses. So I mean, he led that group and everyone was trying to follow him. Is it that different to European racing where everyone tends to start a bit faster than Mason? Probably not.
But as you said, in Belgium, in Flanders, they own cyclocross, and Cameron Mason's medal at the European Championships. I mean, not only was it a great performance, but it was the first ever non-Dutch or Belgian medal in the elite men's category, which shows the progress that he's made this season.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that line that Main took up the left-hand side. He's really cutting up to that tape, and it's super smooth. Cam are taking the shorter line, but that isn't always the fastest line in cyclocross. You need to find a line that works best for you, and Main's line is really, really nice. He's really keeping it closely barred. He's using a bit of that to the edge of this course. Sorry, he's using a bit and then he's cutting across on the flatter section. And you see that Mason has a little stumble. But I mean, Mason's coming back, and now Main has to decide what he's going to do. Is he going to wait for him? Is he going to attack him again? Is he just going to sit on, try and make him lead the race? You know, tactically, Main is really strong. And so coming through this first lap now, at the end of the first lap, we Main about 5 or 6 seconds over Mason. He's tactically good as well, so this could come down to a really interesting battle.
It is. Thomas Mean leading out here in the elite and under 23 open race, hitting this bank. You can see the momentum and speed you've got to carry to get up that. Carries great momentum over the top. There's the gap to Cameron Mason, who's just gradually just trying to reel in Thomas Mean ahead of him. And the gap from Cameron Mason to the next riders on this course, both of these former champions came into this as big favourites for this, and the distance between them and the next group behind is fairly sizable at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think either of these riders at the front of the race fear each other, which means that it's going to be for really good racing, because when you're not afraid of your competition, you can respect them, but you don't have to think, well, they're actually better than me. Main has beaten Mason at national championships before, so why should he think that he's not as good as him? And you ride that way, and that comes across in the way that you make line choices, the way that you keep the pressure. Look at the speed he's going still. He's pedaling the whole way, all the way around that last corner, so he maintains his speed in this on-pole section. And he's just riding the lines absolutely beautiful at the front of the race.
He's really making Cameron Mason work hard to try and get back to him. And he is carrying great speed, great momentum through there. Just a touch more than Mason at the moment means carrying.
Yeah, I think this is what makes him so good at fast racing, is that he's constantly pedaling. He never stops unless he absolutely has to. And that's what makes you really, really good to... you're always constantly maintaining the speed. You're used to doing the speed at the skills at high speed. Oh, I haven't said that. He's just a little bobble on that section. And so you're just always pedaling, never stop pedaling, and that's so important in cyclocross.
There's Cameron Mason just coming through. We didn't get to see if he managed to nail that section cleanly. It looks like it just helped him just peg back a fraction on Thomas Mean ahead of him, but we have definitely got a race on our hands in cyclocross terms. This gap is still pretty small.
The one thing we do know about Cameron Mason is that his last 2 laps are normally his fastest. So that's a problem. If you're ahead of him at that point and you're struggling a bit, or you're not quite getting over sections that you need to, that becomes a huge problem.
Yeah, and that has been really something to watch in races this year. Just how strong, and when you could sense the fear in Michael Van Torenhout in those European Championships when the progress that Cameron was making in that championship race there, and Thomas Mean has got to bank himself a decent amount of time if he manages to keep holding off Cameron Mason at the moment, because as you said, it's that late on sort of burn of power that Mason is able to put in over the course of the final part of the hour.
And also you've got to think, what if Mason's head drops because Main has still got such an advantage? What if Mason is just riding a really clever race? What if he knows how fast Main is and he wants him to be there? He wants him to burn on his energy, and then he's going to make the catch and attack immediately because he's still got something to spare. Like, you don't really know how either of them are thinking at that point. And also, winning a nationals is psychologically, it's really tough, and so that's actually a bigger part of the challenge.
Coming to camera too.
Let's get a look in on our next section of the course. Here is our leader, Thomas Mean, crests the summit, the Hope Factory Racing rider. Still that advantage here, and as Helen Wyman said, he's relentless at the moment. This gap is growing to second place Cameron Mason.
Yeah, like I say, he's just so good at these fast courses, isn't he? He's just constantly pedaling. He's so applying pressure all the time to the riders behind. And we saw Mason was a lot closer than this on the last lap.
Yeah, it looks like he's just managed to extend that advantage, and you can see every opportunity. Thomas Mean just having a glance across on the course just to see where his big rival for this title is. If you are just joining us today, welcome. We are on our final race of the day, the Elite and Under-23 Open category, and it is coming down early on here after almost 20 minutes of racing to a battle of two former champions in Thomas Mean and Cameron Mason, the last two champions. Look at the power Thomas Mean is able to put out on that run-up. Mason, I think he's losing the way Cameron is sort of hauling the bike up by the brake levers there. And as you said, Helen, you've got to take your own approach and your own line on that section, but Mean cleanly shouldering the bike. You can see the sort of explosive power of Mean as he starts that run up on that extreme left-hand sort of side of of the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to criticize one of these two riders' techniques when they are as good as they are. I mean, Mason's line is shorter, Main's line is nicer. It might be nicer for him because he has longer legs, because he's capable of running that left-hand side of the wall. And it might be that the footholds are further apart. We're not there to see those footholds, and so it could be that they're just too far for a rider like Mason because he's got shorter legs. I mean, he's quite small compared to Main, and Main's quite tall compared to, you know, an intermediate-sized bike rider. So they can take advantage over what they have. And it does look like the footholds are slightly further on the side that he's taking. Mason's now just really started to put the hammer down on this section. He's obviously decided it's time to try and make the catch.
He's got to get back. He's got to get on here as Cameron Mason. They're very. You can see that they are very different on different sections of this course here. The two leaders.
Yeah, I think there's not a huge amount in them. I think Mean is just pedaling that little bit further. He's able to carry that speed a little bit longer. You know, this section that we're looking at the replay of now, he's able to ride. Oh, sorry, it was the previous section. He was able to maintain that speed just that little bit longer. You can see he rides further up this hill as well, which probably adds to the fact that it looks faster. Whereas Cam doesn't ride quite as far. He's dragging the bike, but he is feeling good footholds And coming into this section, this is the section where he's really, really fast, but Mason has got closer. He's got a lot closer in that last couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, he's definitely decided he's got to get up here to Mean, and Cameron Mason is just a couple of seconds down. So the Cyclo-cross Reds defending champion up against the Hope Factory Racing winner from 2 seasons ago. They're almost together now. Thomas Mean will perhaps just look back here. And it's not like Thomas Mean's just been cruising at the front and Cameron Mason's been chasing, as the catch is pretty much made here between the two. Both of these riders are absolutely on the limit here. And Mason manages to ride that. Mean has the dab.
Yeah, and that gives Mason an opportunity to come over him. And Mean's line is a good line. He's going wide at the bottom of the hill in order to come up. But, oh, look how tight he was on the inside of Mason's wheel there. You kind of need to overlap on the outside of the wheel on a corner, because otherwise they cut you off like that. But, yeah, Mean's taking a nice straight line up the hill, but Mason took that sideline that we've seen, that kind of off Canbury across the little hill line that we've been seeing in the other races, and he was able to ride it and Mean wasn't, and that's Mason's gone over the top and is able to try and force Mean into make some errors behind.
You can feel the power on that climb. You can hear the Scottish crowd getting behind him, and Thomas Mean there just has to dab that left foot, and it's just as we said in this lap, there's sections of this course Thomas Mean so good on those very fast, very flowing sections of this course. The wall, the power that the big man from Hope Factory Racing has got on that. But Cameron Mason, very on those technical banks, he's not having to dab at all. He's not losing any time. And on this lap now through to the front, and it's complete switch. Now he's got Mean under pressure.
Yeah, and that's what he did. He made Mean make a mistake on that last bank where he had to put a foot down, and that's so important to do. So obviously Mason saw the line that he was taking wasn't quite as good, or he was going to have to put a foot down. So he went straight, even though he'd only just caught him up. He was like, right, I'm attacking, because if you see your competition making one error, if you really lay down a solid fast lap, you can make a series of errors, enough to get you a few seconds, which can demotivate that rider in second and can make them think, okay, well, maybe I'm not as strong. And Mason's just doing that now.
So the Scottish rider, and we've watched his career grow and develop over the years, from the days when he used to go from here in Scotland with his down to Belgium and racing in the big televised cyclocross races, when he started out with Endura, then the years with Trinity Racing as a teammate of Tom Pidcock, and that made such a difference to him. But he has thrown down the power on this lap between where he was previously to Thomas Mean and where he is now.
Sometimes when a rider's used to warming up into an event, into a race, you'll find their lap times start to improve in the way that Mason's does. It doesn't faze him when he's not at the front. And so he knows he has to move forward to get to the front as quickly as he can, but he's not going to expend all that he's to make big efforts to get there when he knows that he's just going to get progressively faster each lap. So he's obviously incredibly confident in how he's going to do things. And so far, he's caught back up to me, gone over him, and he's putting a bigger gap in.
You got to say, though, respect to Thomas Mean. It's fast start, got the front, took the race to Mason, and now and you can see he's learnt from that. He's gone left here now, shouldering the bike on this lap, taking that a much more left-handed run up on the wall.
He did, but did you notice how he had to cut across the hill because the footholds are too high for him? So that must be what we were just saying the lap before. There was a lapped rider that he's trying to come around, and so he doesn't want to get bogged behind them. But he tried to take Main's line, which he knows is a fast line, and yet he wasn't able to because his legs aren't long enough, basically. And that's why it's working for Main, but it's not working for Mason. And that's really interesting to see, because obviously we're not there to see the actual gaps in the footholds, but by watching them take that line and by watching Mason try to take his line, he had to come off of it because the leaps up, the power required to extend your body that high when your legs are shorter we can't say small, can we, are shorter than your competitors, then yeah, it requires a lot more power and it's just not as fast. So they're both doing the fastest lines, and in cross that's so important that you do the fastest lines for you. It might not be the fastest line for in this race. Cameron Mason's line is not the fastest line for Thomas Main, but Thomas Main's line is absolutely not the fastest line for Cameron Mason. So just because you're on the same race, riding the same course, seeing the same things, don't be afraid to use your own lines, and it's whatever gets you fastest, not whatever somebody tells you is the fastest line.
Indeed. Cameron
It's
Mason.
very rare we get some examples like that.
Yeah. Let's have a replay. There was the moment you could see that the Scottish rider had the momentum, and then it did come down to this little mistake here. Thomas Mingo looking for that grip on the left, and that was enough. And that's what the cyclocross comes down to. Anyone that's tuning in for the first time that sees it, and there was the second little mistake. There's another little fraction there. And anyone that's tuning into our coverage today that may be happening across cyclocross for the first time, it's the winter discipline of cycling. Given the platforms that we're broadcasting on today, if you're not familiar with cyclocross, it's the winter discipline of cycling, as Helen Wyman and myself will say. It's the greatest sport on earth, and it is essentially a road bike with bigger knobbly tires, isn't it, Helen?
Yeah, a road bike with knobbly tyres and a higher bottom bracket, so the bottom of the frame is slightly higher off the ground. But yeah, it is obviously the world's best sport, that goes without saying. But it is such a brilliant sport to watch because it's so technical. There's so much more to it than just riding. There's so much more to it than just picking lines, because like we've already seen in that last example of the run, you got to pick different lines. You can't pick the same line. There isn't one perfect line, and that's what makes cyclocross so exciting. And we saw how Main cut up the inside of Mason, but Mason cut him off, which is perfectly allowed because they're racing the same course. Nobody's purposefully interfering with each other. He just took the shortest line, which cut off Main, which caused him to have to put a foot down again. And then he made another mistake, which we saw, and so that's 3 mistakes in a row, which gives Mason the advantage, because every time Main makes a mistake, that's another second that he has to come back and put an effort in. And if Mason's able to put in a solid lap, if you can do your fastest lap in the middle of the race when you're trying to drop someone, you only have to just hold on at that point. But we know Mason gets stronger and stronger during the race.
For anyone that's interested in and may not know the ins and outs of a cyclocross rider's weekly program, given that we've got the wall here and the running sections, how much running essentially do you need to do as a pro cross rider, or is it something that you can kind of get away with just sort of dipping it out on? Because in recent years it seems more and more SD Works have brought in a running coach and that kind of thing into the team. It seems more and more, especially this winter where we've had very, very heavy racing, that the running is such a big part of the program. How much do you do every week?
That depends entirely on who you ask. I would say, personally, from my experience, gone are the days where we used to do the epic amounts of running that we've seen this season. We have seen more running than we've ever seen, but we've never seen a race like the likes of one of the super prestiges that was 2.5 kilometers and 2 kilometers of running. So I don't think we see those kind of races anymore. We don't see that requirement for running, but we do see the need to sprint. And so even though it doesn't look like they're sprinting up the wall, they are actually putting in those kind of explosive efforts to get you up things. And so 15 minutes of running in a run without your bike is more than sufficient. If you go out, you do a warm-up, you do sprinting style efforts uphill, always uphill, because I mean, sand you have to run in on the flat, but the only time that you'd ever really need to run is if it's a bank that you can't ride, or steps or planks. And you would do plank training within your cyclocross session, so you don't need to train that separately. And yeah, for me, it was 15-minute run, warm up, lots and lots of sprints, full gas running in the middle, and then a cool down. It doesn't need to be more than that, because when in a cross race, have you run 15 minutes in a 1 hour race? Me this year? No, even with this mud, you've probably not done more than 5 or 6 minutes of the entire race is running. It just seems like there's a lot of running. So like Peter said last week in her pre-ride video for Zonhoven, it's one of the sandiest courses with traditionally loads of running. And she said there's no more than 10 seconds at any point. So in a race,
Yeah.
6 laps, that's a minute, isn't it? So
Yeah.
you know, you don't need to be going out doing 10k runs. 5k is more than enough. And yeah, you could probably run 5k in 20 minutes or something. These riders could. So 15-20 minutes is more than enough, but you have to do fast accelerations with lots of banks and uphill sections, because that's replicating what you would do in a race, and then the rest of your run training will be within your cyclocross sessions.
We're just seeing riders that's getting pulled in at that section, and that is, again, if you're new to cyclocross, that's the 80% section. Cameron Mason is just lapping riders ahead, and that is the 80% rule, and the officials just pull the riders out. Cameron Mason very much in control here of the elite under 23 open category race. 4 laps to go, we're seeing this time. So the lap board there, 4 to go. If you're just tuning in, Thomas Mean comes round that bottom corner for Hope Factory Racing. If you are just joining us for the first time today, it was this man here who really threw down the challenge to the local rider, the Scotsman Cameron Mason, the former champion in Thomas Mean, really took the race to his Scottish rival. And Cameron Mason had to work hard to come back up to the front of the race. Thomas Mean in this silver medal position. We'll try and get a glimpse as well of who is currently sat in that bronze medal position. Hopefully we'll get our directors to keep going backwards and forwards to the finish line if we can. Last year, this championship race, it was Cameron Mason from Joseph Blackmore. Thomas Mean here was the bronze medalist. And then Toby Barnes, Daniel Barnes, Jensen Young, Grant Ferguson, Bjorn Kurt, Callum McLeod and Tom Cousins was our top 10 overall. Really great course here in Calendar Park, the 14th century Calendar House, and our wall, the wall that dates, the Antonine Wall, that dates back to 149 AD. Did I say a little bit earlier on? 142 AD, back to there. So it's a really historic course. It is a growing course in popularity amongst the riders and the fans of cyclocross here in Scotland. It's the first time Scotland has hosted the National Cyclo-cross Championships, and fitting, Helen, here, that it is the Scottish rider, the man that is leading the next charge of British cyclocross at elite level, Cameron Mason, that's leading this one here today.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. He'll be really happy to be in front of a home crowd. The crowds have grown during the day, and we're seeing great spectators out there. We just heard Anna Kay in her interview say that it was brilliant because it's quite a compact course, so people can move from one place to another in order to watch different spots, and that means that you get a really good atmosphere when you're going around, because the spectators can cheer for you in multiple occasions. And so it sounds like they've done an absolutely brilliant job. Everybody said great things about it, and the venue and the course, and there's a bit of sunshine as well.
It's beautiful. The sun always shines in Scotland. Don't let my accent fool you. This is my country as well. I was born here, lived the first part of my life up here in Scotland, and it is great. There's a lot of pride in terms of Scottish cycling, and we've had the world. We had the World Championships. Thomas Mean is not happy bunny on this section today, is he? It's just not running his favour at all, that section.
No, which is really strange, because you'd think that he would have adjusted his line by this point. Equally, it shows that when a rider does a pre-ride, they find a decent line, and that's what they're going to stick with. And you would think it's difficult to adapt. It's difficult to pick a new line in the middle of a race when you don't know if it's going to not work as well. But if it hasn't worked for you a single time you've done it, you really should try something different. And having seen Mason take that outside line and come around him, he must know that there is a line there. As we saw, Mason knew that there was a second running line when he's had to overtake riders on 2 laps now, 2 consecutive laps on the wall. He knows there's another line, so he's taking that other option. Whereas Mean doesn't seem to have adapted well to this section.
This is our battle for third. Is that Corin Carrick-Anderson who's up here in this battle for third? Askey up there. Is that Ben Askey that's up there? In that battle for third. I'm seeing that Groupama FDJ jersey.
I think that's Lewis Askey we're seeing there.
It is Lewis, isn't it? Sorry.
In number 19. Yeah, I mean, he's actually done some racing in Europe over Christmas in order to race his national championships, and he was a brilliant cross rider in the past. I think just with road commitments, it's quite tough if your focus is on that, and so yeah, but he's here racing and doing a good job in a battle for third spot right now.
And Corin Carrick-Anderson's having a great day. He led out Corin Carrick-Anderson as well at the start of this race.
Yeah, from Timo Racing, another one of those from the Malverns. Yeah, brilliant start. And we always see a rider that hasn't necessarily been on the list of favourites coming into a championships do well. We've seen that in the elite female category today. We've seen that in the past, last year in the national championships in the crazy mud. We saw some really interesting podium results because of the course conditions. I know we've already said that there's not much running, but there was a lot of running in that race. That was probably one of the exceptions where you get like 5-6 minutes of running, maybe per lap, even in places. That was a super muddy day, but in general, you don't get a lot of running. But last year, because of that, it actually worked into the favour of some riders that you wouldn't really see at the front of the cross races. So anything can happen in cross for sure.
Yeah, maybe and when that happens, you get riders that come through in a championship who are, incredible runners. It is interesting, as we said, with Thomas Mean not, on that bank earlier on in the lap, who hasn't changed his line, but Cameron Mason on the wall has completely adapted that line in terms of taking the left line and then, as you said, kind of traversing sort of straight across to flatten it out as much as he could. But he goes through with 3 to go this time. But yeah, interesting to see those line changes.
Yeah, he really has. He has adapted that section. I think that's probably a little bit why Cam's doing so well at the minute in Europe, is that he is watching what's going on around him. He's looking at the different lines. He knows in some races he has the best lines, like the mud races. He absolutely does, and he doesn't take options from other people. But when you're racing against the very best riders in the world, if it is faster on their way, you should learn from them how to make it faster for you. So he is good at adapting to what other people around him are doing, definitely.
He's just been a really interesting rider to watch and grow and develop, and he says it himself in terms of the sort of influence that Tom Pidcock, being his teammate at Trinity Racing for so many years, has had and will, have on him. And this is this line that we were talking about in terms of Thomas Mean, who's taking that long sort of sweeping line at the bottom and cutting left. And this is this line that you were talking about as well, in terms of how Cameron has to just flatten out that run up compared to Mean, who's got that really powerful big stride, being a bit taller.
Yeah, I mean, Mean is definitely a very tall cross rider, and so he has that huge advantage of being able to use his long legs to take big steps. But yeah, I think that's the beauty of cross. I think the beauty of cross is that you can adapt, is that you can take lines that are good for you, that you don't have to take the same line as someone else. And there are also times where you need to take a different line. So if you both come into an obstacle together and you're fighting to get out of that obstacle first, you can't always take the racing line that you want to take. So you have to be able to understand how to use the different sections of the course. Corin Carrick-Anderson was 17th at under 23 Worlds in Hoonahyde last season, so you know, he's a really strong young rider and putting out great performance here today.
He is indeed, and we've got Groupama FDJ rider Lewis Askey up there knocking on the door of a medal, which will you know what teams like Groupama really celebrate, you know, that kind of success. They know and respect the the amount of impact that cyclocross has had and is having. You know, Francis Murray, rider from that program in the past, bit of a cyclocross legend.
Yeah, yeah. Doing my research for the French National Championships on Eurosport tomorrow. It's like, oh yeah, him. He's one of them. Carrick Anderson's also Scottish, so there's another Scot on the podium, which is why I love the fact that it's in Scotland this year. It's the first time ever they've had the British National Championships in their home country, and it's absolutely brilliant. You see riders that might not have made the drive down to somewhere like London from Scotland. It's a long drive, we know that, but because it's at home, they're really motivated for it, and having a home crowd as fanatical as the Scottish fans just is 100% worth racing for.
I mean, we saw it at the Glasgow Worlds. I mean, I was up there for the track, commentating at the in the velodrome, the Sir Chris Hoy velodrome there, and the road race. I mean, it was 10, 15, 20 deep. I mean, I was on Eurosport for the elite women's races, but the fans and how much the Scottish crowds are embracing cycling has been phenomenal this season.
It is. Disappointingly, we haven't seen a dinosaur yet.
Honestly, get your inflatable dinosaur suit out. Helen's disappointed at the moment.
I think it's actually the Wessex Wallies that normally have the dinosaur outfit, and they haven't come up to this championships, but hopefully they'll get to Wales and we'll get to see our dinosaur there.
Honestly, Wessex Wallies, I know you'll be tuning in. Don't let us down at the Worlds. We'll both be there commentating the Worlds, won't we, Helen? But yeah, Wessex Wallies and anyone else. When you come to a race, we need a unicorn. We need a dinosaur. All of the above. Get your outfits out, because we've got the crowd are really getting into this today. We've got a great crowd out here for this one.
Mason's coming into the...
Sorry, I was just going to say, Corin Carrick-Anderson's also, you know, great, as we mentioned, great mountain biker, medalled in the British National under 23 championships on his mountain bike in last season as well.
Yeah, and super young as well. So great to see these riders up there. And I mean, we're coming into the point of the race now where Mason, the last 2 laps, and this is the point where he really normally lays down some incredibly good laps, and he doesn't need to, but sometimes riders need to actually race. You look at the likes of Matthew van der Poel, if he's not racing at tempo as a minimum, he makes mistakes, and that's when he doesn't quite take the right lines, doesn't quite take the good lines, and he knows that, so he has to race at his threshold or his skills don't match what he's riding at. And so for Mason, it is important that, you know, he's super strong in the last 2 laps. He always is. So it's really important that he keeps that, even though he's got quite a large margin at this point. It's really important that he still keeps riding those 2 laps as he would any other race, because that's more natural to him, and that's how his brain works, and that's how his brain processes the information in order to make the skills work for him and for him to ride fast. And so yeah, he needs to just keep riding as hard as he can, basically, for 2 laps. There's no let up in cyclocross.
No, and he goes through with 2 laps to go this time. Does Cameron Mason leading in defence of this title? Because as you said, our silver medal here, Thomas Meaver, as you said, you cannot get complacent in these races. You cannot think, oh, I've got 30 seconds. I've got this now. Because 30 seconds, broken, you know, mechanical, broken chain, having to run to the pits, getting a line wrong, taking a tumble. 30 seconds, you know, in itself can just disappear in the blink of an eye if you've got to run half a lap to the pits.
It can. You can be leading a race and make a silly mistake and completely lose the race, and that's the last thing you want to do at national championships, because it's not like a different race where, if you make a mistake in the Super Prestige and you don't win the Super Prestige, it's a disaster, of course, but there's another one coming. Whereas for the national championships, you get to do this once a year, and only one person wears that jersey, and you've got to win that jersey because that's what you're here for. You're not here to get second or third. When you're a rider like Cam Mason or Thomas Main, you're here to win that event, and that's if you're not one of the favourites for the race, they're both stumbling now at this point. They're both showing a little bit that the fatigue is getting to them. The toughness of the course is actually starting to wear them out a little bit. But
yeah, I'm really interested to see where Cam goes this year. Now becoming part of this setup, he represents the Cyclo-cross Reds in cyclocross, but this team, for anyone that's not familiar with cross, this is the team of Mathieu van der Poel. He will go into that road, that Alpecin de Koenig roads program whether within that World Tour or the development team, and I'm really interested to see where he goes. And this man here as well, Lewis Askey in the bronze medal position. I mean, it's great to see him back in cyclocross. I mean, he raced the Vuelta last year. He's in there in the Grand Tours, and perhaps seeing himself now as a growing road pro, and he's only 22, that coming back to his roots, as we always say in terms of riders that grow up racing cyclocross and then they get tempted away, or the team are saying in their ear, little devil on the shoulder saying, oh, you shouldn't be racing cyclocross in the winter. And we're seeing more and more teams now recognizing the skill set that it gives their riders to come out and race in the winter. And we've seen it this winter, haven't we, with Wout van Aert. He's not firing in the way that we've been used to, but he's racing cyclocross with a bigger picture in mind of using cross and the skill set that it gives him from a sort of physiological perspective in development of his form for the classics. And he's been in himself not too worried about, it doesn't seem, in where he is in relation to the likes of Mathieu van der Poel.
Yeah, they're clearly at two different parts in their season, and I mean, but Wout's right. What other way are you going to get? I think the word's fartlek training. So training that it's top-end training, like interval training that someone else controls. So it's not like you're going to do 30 seconds at this effort, 1 minute at this effort. You're going to get recovery, and then you're going to do 5 minutes at this effort. It's just constantly dictated by somebody else, and you're not going to get that kind of top-level training when you do it yourself. So why not do these cyclocross races? Get yourself some, for the likes of Van Aert, start money, prize money, medals, glory, fame, make you, televised racing, fantastic for your sponsors, all those things, at the same time as getting the very best top-end training that you can at that point where you need it. And going into the Spring Classics, they're not far off now. You'll be going into the top-end part of your final preparation for those classics. And what can you do better than race cross-training, which is constant effort after effort after effort after effort, but in a short period of time, so you don't get freezing cold. So you're not out for 4 hours on the road, for 6 hours on the road in Belgium in winter, and it's going to bring you on for the beginning of the season, and you're going to be in a better state than somebody that hasn't had access to that level of effort.
I think Cameron Mason here, I think he will benefit from being within a setup with Mathieu van der Poel. We've seen it with him being teammates with Tom Pidcock, and he's a real sponge, is Cameron Mason. You can see that he just has absorbed everything around it, because the development of him, as I said earlier on, we've watched him from a very young rider with his dad. They did it themselves. They used to get on the boat, they'd go over and go to Belgium, base themselves over there, race weekends, have to come back. He's always been, and he's one of those riders as well. He's a big YouTuber. He does a lot of YouTube videos as well. In the past, he's a multi-discipline rider. He races gravel. You see him going off on adventures as well, packing his bike up and just taking him off. And it's very much for the love of the sport. And I think he will really benefit from being in a team with the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and seeing him and seeing what he does to raise himself to the next level. But you've got to look at this today and look at Thomas Mean in the way that he's approached this one. And I think tactically he did the right thing. He knew he had a faster start, and it was just those mistakes when Cameron Mason got up to him. We'd said it like fractions before, and don't underestimate that both of these riders have been absolutely, the rev counter was right into the red, and just those mistakes crept in as well. And you said it, you know, during commentary today as well. Cameron Mason is so strong over the final laps of these races.
Yeah, I don't think Thomas Main could have actually done anything different. I think he rode a brilliant race, taking it on from the beginning. He's super fast, and the whole time he was at the front, he was just pedaling, really strong, really fast. And you know, his line choices are good, apart from that one little section. But I don't think that section is the reason why Mason was able to get away. It was the collective of 3 sections back to back to back was the reason why he was able to get a gap over Main. And so I don't think he really could have done anything different. And when Cameron Mason has clearly had the best results of a British rider outside Tom Pidcock this season, you look at Main's best result is 11th in Lunaut compared to 2 second places and a European Championship medal, and you know, there's a huge difference there. So obviously for Main, the idea was you come into this race, you suck it to him, and you see what you can do. And if you can hold on when he passes you, if you can get a gap, you could win. If he makes a mistake, you could win. If you can get a gap and he comes up to you, try and stay with him. But as soon as he got passed by Mason, he did make a collection of errors, which you quite often do when you're working over your threshold. Your brain's not thinking right, your body's like exploding, your head, everything's exploding, there's no blood going anywhere, and it's like, yeah, you make silly mistakes because you've gone above and beyond what you're capable of maintaining, and that's just cross. But he's recovered, he's back, he's holding on to that second place, and he's going to take another medal away from the championships. I'm sure it's not what he came here to do. I'm sure he came here to win. He is a natural winner, but I think we can't take anything away from how good Cameron Mason has been this season. It really is a breakthrough season for him, and he is one of the revelations of the season for sure.
And you can see the speed carrying there. They're slightly out of our camera view there, but he's hopping there, the planks, and how quickly he's doing that as well.
Yeah, and that's something he's learned as a kid. You know, we saw the junior open race this morning, and those boys were jumping as if they were there. The 2 brothers, and May brothers. So, you know, it's natural to them. These kids have grown up doing that. Mason's skills are really, really good, are really strong. His mountain bike style skills, his playfulness on his bike are really strong, and that's probably, he could learn things from Matthew van der Poel in that. I don't know how much training they actually do together, but there are other riders within that setup, that collection of teams, that he really can benefit from in training sessions, in off-road training sessions, because they are really close to him in terms of strength as well, and so he's able to up his game and ride faster than he's probably capable of riding in training for short periods, but also then use those skills that those riders are showing him so that he can take that forward in the future as he starts to get stronger. He's still young, you know, he's only 23 years old. He's not reached his peak yet, so, you know, it's exciting to see what will come.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do at the Worlds. I mean, Matthew van der Poel's going to go in as the big out-and-out favourite, but in terms of the other Dutch riders, the Lars van der Haars of this world, and then the collective Belgians, I think he's going to have a few sort of those riders worried in terms of his form coming out of these nationals, because where we are with the national championships, with the world champs in Tabor at the beginning of February, all of these riders, this will be a stepping stone, won't it, as a, you know, from their training and where they are in their form cycle in terms of getting to the world. So I think he could go in as a medal potential.
He could. The only problem is Tabor is a really, really fast race, and the Belgians have the superiority in numbers when it comes to that kind of racing. His real forte is mud, and there's no way there'll be a kind of mud. There won't be any more mud than there is today, and so it will be frozen. We haven't really seen him perform on frozen ground this year, proper frozen ground. There might be snow. He did get 8th in Mass Mecklen World Cup, and that is a fast course. It's the beginning of the season, but I don't know. I think if it was a muddy world, if it was like a Hooger High like last year, I absolutely would say he's a medal potential based on his form right now.
Thomas Mean, our silver medalist. You can hear the clicking through the gears here as our leader, our defending champion. And this, look at the speed that Cameron Mason is carrying through here, Helen, and he is not letting up at all. There's no cruising on this final lap here.
No, and that's probably actually a really great thing as well, because he's using the rest of this race as training. He's making sure that he's still doing that. You know, how we said sometimes if you're not riding as fast, if you ease off a little bit, your skills don't match it and you start making silly mistakes. And so it's really important that you do keep just a tempo. You don't have to go over it, but it's good that you keep that tempo so that when you just don't make stupid mistakes in the last 2.5 minutes of racing.
This, though, with this ride here from Cameron Mason, it is a sort of rubber, you know, it's a gold stamp, you would say, for Scottish cycling and Scottish cyclo-cross in where the sport is in this part of the world.
Scottish cyclo-cross is amazing, Marty. If you ever get the chance to go to a local league race in Scotland, it's so much fun. Everybody is so friendly. And cross is one of the friendliest disciplines anyway, in my experience, but Scottish cyclo-cross just takes it to another level, and it's just great. The banter on the start line, you know, it's just absolutely brilliant. And a lot of people have done a lot of work in order to make it really special. It's the likes of Rob Boyle and, you know, other riders, Dave Hamill, the digging of the dog. It's just such great community in Scotland that everybody should give it a go if they can.
Definitely. The wall for the final time, the Antonine wall that kept the marauding barbarian Scots out from the northern, that was the northernmost point of the Roman Empire, and it is a Scotsman that is the marauding barbarian today in the British National Cyclo-cross Championships. Cameron Mason to a big roar from the home crowd. The local rider takes a bow. He is the British champion for the 2nd year in a row, and you can see just how much it means to him to take that one. And he had to work for it, because the silver medalist Thomas Mean threw down a challenge early on, but that was a great performance from Cameron Mason, successfully defending that title. Here he comes. Oh, Thomas Mean just coming to a bit of a halt there. You can feel that. You can feel how fatiguing this wall has been for the riders today.
Yeah, he just tried to cut across the line too early compared to what he's used to, and just started to slide backwards down the hill, which would have been a disaster. But he's got a big enough gap on Lewis Askey in 3rd, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And I'm sure I think he could be really proud of his performance today. Personally, I think he couldn't have done anything better tactically than how he rode. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll be partly disappointed that he didn't take home a national champs jersey.
The winner in 2022 takes another elite championship medal for the Hope Factory Racing team, Thomas Mean. And you can see that effort for Thomas Mean.
Something that Thomas did back when he was a junior racer, under 23 racer, was him and his friends from the northeast decided to go out to Belgium and give it a go. And so they spoke to us actually to ask for some advice. They put it all together, and they went out there and they did it. And he ended up, I think he won the under 23 race at Neil, or was on the podium at least, in that season where he was just rocking up in his car with his friends and doing it all himself. He had no one to take his jersey. I think he just propped a bike up in the pits, that kind of thing. And he is such a down-to-earth kid off the back of doing that. You know, a lot of people think that you need to have cycling to take over Europe. I think that, you know, you need somebody to select you for races and things, but you don't. You can just go and give it a go. And when you go and give it a go, it doesn't matter if you don't have the shiniest equipment, because if you're talented, you will shine to the top anyway. And that's what he did. He showed that he was good. He won Coppenberg as a junior. You know, he showed that he's a real talent, and he did it without all of the shiny gear and all of the assistance in the world. And I mean, Cam Mason the same. You know, we've said about that with him and his dad. And that's the beauty of cyclocross, is that you can do it. You just have to want to do it, and you really can go out and race those races and make yourself better and get to the point where these riders are in their careers today, where they're capable of ripping the top 10s in professional level racing, the very best races in the sport. And you know, they did it. Cam went with his dad in the back of a van on an overnight ferry, and he's got a medal at the European Championships.
Yes, and I mean, I remember, I think it was the night race in Degen where he first came to. We first noticed him when he dropped in on Zdeněk Štýbar as a youngster, and all those years of work, and he's got his face on a big flag as well, which in cyclocross, you know you've made it when you've got your face on a big flag. He's clearly got a fan club here. But look at that roar, and Lewis Askey taking the bronze medal. This is a great return to cyclocross for Lewis Askey to get a medal.
Yeah, and it shows the form that he'll be having going into the start of his road season as well, which it'll take real confidence from that.
Yeah, great ride. Corin Carrick-Anderson, I think, was fourth. I saw him finish, and he's got to take a lot away from a fourth place in these elite championships. But it's the cyclocross Reds all the way today, and you know, Helen, from winning 10 national titles, there is that added pressure, isn't there, when you're coming back as the out-and-out favourite to defend a national, to defend a title, because anything can happen. You know, you get caught up in the traffic at the start. You get, someone goes down. You have there can be crashes and mechanicals as well. And there's his own pressure in terms of coming back and defending a title like this.
There is definitely massive pressure. The more you win, the less the pressure. The pressure appears onto the other riders when me and Nikki Bramier, we were very, very evenly matched for a long period. And so after you'd won a few, the pressure was really going on to her a bit more than me. But there's pressure in everything when it comes to racing. And so, yes, there is a certain expectation because of the way that Cam Mason's been racing this season in Europe. Equally, because of the way that he's been racing in Europe this season, the expectations from his point of view, the internal expectations, are far lower, because you've had these incredible results against unbelievable, like the Belgians that he beat at the European Championships. We talked about it a lot today, but genuinely for me that was his outstanding performance of the season, because the Belgians he beat at that championships are the likes of Michael Vantor, of Elizabeth, Thibaut Nix, he beat Lars van der Haar, Pim Ronhaar, Joris Nieuwenhuis, riders, Belgian and Dutch, that have won World Cups, and he got second to Michael van Tornhout. So, when you have that kind of internal understanding of what you're capable of, the expectations definitely drop down on yourself, and you're a lot calmer when you come into a national championships like this.
And he hasn't had, the run-in hasn't been without mishap, because he had that tumble in Zonhoven and he didn't finish in Zonhoven. So it hasn't been without its challenges, this run into the championships.
Yeah, we saw he had that crash at the start, and he just, he just called it a day. He hurt his knee, and he didn't want to push through that, and that's really smart thinking, because an 8th or 10th place in a World Cup isn't going to be as important to him as winning national championships, where you get to wear that shiny jersey again. And like we said previously in the elite females race, that also increases your start money, which is really important as well. And it was good to not do that. I don't think he's really up there in the overall World Cup, even though he's had some great results. So I think winning is winning, isn't it? You want to win a nationals. It's the best jersey, other than Wilds.
It's great. It's great to ride around on. Let's have a look at our official results after the Elite Open race. Let's go back. This is the Junior Open race. Oscar and May taking it from Sebastian Grindley and Alfie and May. They were our 3 leaders in that one. That was our gold, silver and bronze medalists way back this morning. It's gone really quick today as our day of National Championship Cyclo-cross. Kat Ferguson, true to form, taking the junior female race ahead of Alice Colling and Esther Wong. Anna Kay taking the Elite under 23 female championship. She took her first big British Elite title ahead of Ella McLean Howell, who was our under 23 winner. Grace Inglis, ride of the day as well from the Scottish rider. Would not have been a name anywhere on the lists coming into today, getting the bronze medal in the elite female category. Millie Cousins, Nikki Bramier, a welcome return to championship riding from Nikki Bramier. Imogen Wolf up there in 7th place as well, stepping up from the juniors. It's been quite a day, Helen. We've had some amazing racing here in Falkirk today.
It's been brilliant, and what a fantastic course as well, and congrats to Fraser and his team for such a brilliant course, which makes for great racing and really interesting features. So when you're watching it on television, it makes it really interesting, and you can see really good line choices and things like that, and you can learn from watching it. It's fantastic course and great winners as always.
Yes, so hopefully
there's still more racing to come. There's not on television, but if you're there, if you're going to watch, there's another whole day of racing with amateur races. One more this afternoon, and then the rest of tomorrow as well.
Yes, all our other categories in the championships. So if you're close to Falkirk, you want to go check it out. There's one more race to come this afternoon, as Helen said. We won't be bringing you that one, but there is a full day's racing tomorrow. If you're interested as well in cyclocross, if you've happened across our coverage today and you think, I'd like to have a go at that, remember britishcycling.org.uk is the website of British Cycling. Go and check it out. There are local clubs around cyclocross. Greatest sport on earth, isn't it, Ellen? Anyone should get it. And your N+1 should always be a cyclocross bike, or 2, because you need one in the pits, don't you?
I think the N should be the cross bike, shouldn't it?
Definitely. Our elites and U23 open race. Cameron Mason defends his title successfully ahead of Thomas Mean and Lewis Askey, a great bronze medalist. Corin Carrick-Anderson started so well. He's got to be happy with the 4th place. Toby Barnes, Simon Wiley, Daniel Barnes, Max Greensill, Lewis Martin and Callum Laborde. The top 10. So I think there's going to be a few people. Corin Carrick-Anderson, I think in particular, is going to be super happy with his championship ride today. I think he's a lot higher than the form or the expectation coming into today from Corin.
I think he's leading under 23.
Yeah.
Have to check Lewis Askey's. Lewis Askey is 22 years old, but you'd have to check his UCI age. But he's definitely on the podium for the under 23 category, which is run inside the elite races. So they don't get a jersey, but they do get medals.
Yeah, and again, there's still a huge amount of prestige around that.
Definitely. You can say you're under 23 national champion, and yeah, it's still a national title, isn't it? Even if you don't get to wear the jersey.
And what a day! I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the British National Cyclo-cross Championships today in the shadow of the impressive 14th century Calendar House. We're going to leave you there. From me, Martin McDonald and Helen Wyman, have a great rest of your day. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.